Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning, jam-packed week. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai. Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Senior market strategist, the one and only Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's a glorious day here on the island. Even with a hurricane brewing here, we see a lot of green on the screen today.
And I see a lot of purple. I mean, this shirt I'm wearing is blue. For the record, I don't know what is going on here. I come in, I look like, what'd you call me?
Grimace.
Grimace. She's not very nice to me, everybody. Good morning, Chad. Hope you all are doing well on this Monday morning. Light day today, but big week for data. Unemployment on Friday. Good amount of headlines overnight. One of them, our previous guest, really saw this coming. Little crystal ball out there. Shai, overnight headlines.
So overnight, we have Trump's going to meet with the Democrats to talk about the government shutdown today. It will be the first discussion between Trump and congressional leaders ahead of the deadline to avoid the shutdown. So we will see what happens with that. The Democrats are insisting that the bill must include an extension of health care subsidies and a restoration of budget cuts to health care implemented by Trump's signature legislation that passed earlier this year. The Republicans say negotiations for those issues can happen after averting the shutdown. The shutdown would be on October 1st, but the funding gap is only to the middle of November, so we have to do it all over again. So we will see what happens on that front. If anything occurs on this meeting today, I'm sure it will keep everybody posted on that. Interesting in the kind of the blockchain world, we have Swift is going to build a blockchain-based ledger for financial firms. And what they want to do is use this for stable coins to allow members to use the network for transaction for digital assets, stable coin, tokenized deposits, or other tokenized assets. Well, I don't know how exactly that's going to happen because you can do that on the blockchain by yourself. But I think, to be honest, a lot of this kind of bypasses Swift, and so they kind of need to get in the game here if they're going to stay relevant. So that was interesting. Then we have Goldman has turned bullish on stocks. Finally.
Oh my God! We always joke there's the top.
As recession risk is low, and last but not least, we have cannabis stock surge after Trump endorses cannabis for senior health care. Over the weekend, or it was on Sunday, he put out a tweet. He said last month that his administration was looking to reclassify marijuana, and we've kind of been looking for that to happen. But suddenly he had a tweet about cannabis for health care on a social media post this Sunday, and their stocks are up, and we just in time we had Todd Harrison on last week talking about MSOS and VFF. Both are up to Moses is up 20% in pre-market. So
crazy, yeah, I know. I bought it right away. I bought it twice already. You bought it. I looked at the risk reward. I said, man, if he's right, I mean, the stock had been beaten down so much. So shout out to Todd. We'll actually post that clip later about that.
Yeah, definitely. We'll post that clip later, but, listen to the morning guests, folks. You never know.
That's right. Craig, overnight, what'd you see?
Well, first off, the Jackson Dart era has begun for the New York Football Giants. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, you should be.
Very excited. First win of the season. But really, looking at the board this morning, precious metals again. I mean, we've been talking about it all month, kind of gold leading the charge. Resuming that uptrend. Was a little modest check back last week, and then right back to the races again. Platinum up, silver up, and it's been kind of the story here for most of this month, and really most of the year. How strong precious metals have been, and gold in particular, just kind of being a catch-all, right? An inflation hedge, a fiat credibility hedge, a central bank independence hedge, and as foreign investors continue to retrace from sovereign bond markets and sell down treasuries and sell down international sovereign debt and store excess reserves in gold. It's really been a great story. And this week we get a lot of data on the employment front, and that's been the soft spot, right? That's been the reason why the Fed has recommenced its cutting cycle. As the labor market continues to deteriorate, the Fed feels very comfortable about adding more accommodation. So we'll get really labor data all week. We get JOLTS tomorrow. We get the manufacturing ISM employment number on Wednesday. We get claims on Thursday, and we get NFP on Friday. So we'll really get a good sense for how September was on the payroll front. And if it's as slow as it's been with the negative revisions we saw last month, we should expect to see a Fed rate cut later this month in October and another one in December. And with the rest of the data holding up, that's been a Goldilocks spot for risk assets, right? It's been the Fed is accommodating, the economy is slowing, but not too rapidly, and earnings have been strong, aided by the AI CapEx build out and some productivity gains there. Margins have been good, so that's been a sweet spot for equities, and we're seeing that again this morning with equities kind of looking to test all-time highs again.
Yeah, I mean, I come in this morning, and the first thing I looked at was equities across the board up, gold up, bonds and treasuries up, dollar down. To me, that's the story, right? I put in my morning note, dollar weakness is creating a bid. I mean, dollar had a little bit of a run. It had that run higher. You had the bonds come off a little bit. We saw that rotation. We said maybe equity should follow. They did. And so really kind of something we'll continue to watch, I think, is a lagging indicator, right? If bonds are rotating and dollars getting bid, equities are so stubborn. But eventually they did rotate, almost looked exactly like bonds. And now you have dollar weakness this morning. And I think that is the story right now. When dollar weakness comes back, you just see everything get bid, and that goes back into the tape that we've been in. And it just seems like turn those machines back on, right? And that's what I see across this morning. Let's go to the tape, and then we'll get to Jimmy and see what he saw. S&P up $31 overnight. NASDAQ's up 148, 24,874 in NASDAQ. Russell up $14.50, 24.65. And you've got the Dow 46,720 up $1.63. Upside leaders are Russell and NASDAQ, both the strongest, followed by S&P and then the Dow. Energy stocks this morning down, even though dollar's higher. We'll probably get to Shai and ask her a little bit about that in a little bit. We'll get to that. Crude oil's down $1.25, but I still think relatively bid overall. But again, we'll get Shai's thoughts on this. She's a lot more to talk about with energy than I do right now. But down almost 2% across the board in energy markets. Natural gas, heating oil, and crude all down nearly 2%. Gold up $45, like Craig said, started off 38.53, up 1.25%. We've got silver up 30 ticks, up almost 0.75%. We've got platinum up $25 again. Fade that thing at your own will. I mean, that thing is crazy, man. It's up it's at 16.29. And then you've got copper as well, is up over 1% to 4 spot 82.60. Bonds, again, 30 years up 19. Ultras are up. Ultra bonds up 26. Short end of the curve is up modestly. 10 years up 6.5 ticks to 112.15. 30 year, I should say, is at 116.20. All bid euro is at 117.75.5. Up 19 ticks. Not up a ton against the dollar, but again, yen is up the most against the dollar. Actually, if you look at percentage, Bitcoin is up the most, up nearly 3%. ETH is up again. I bought more ETH this weekend too, by the way. I wrote this in my note last week. I said, crypto, every time you're seeing weakness, I will continue to buy it. I buy spot. I'm not buying futures in it. So it's kind of, it's one of those things where it's slowly accumulated. And, we had Raul Paul talk about this last week. One of the things I think that it's really important, as trade futures, we're always looking at leverage, right? It's the hardest thing for me to do is to buy like an Ethereum or Bitcoin without leverage, because I'm so used to like the juices flowing, so I buy ETH and I'm like, oh yeah, it's something, but still, as I've done it, I've been making some money with it. Easier to manage your risk. When I really think they're going to go, you buy futures. But we'll go to you, Jimmy, this morning. I gave you the tail of the tape. What did you see?
Yeah, my initial reaction was, hey, maybe we're risk on today. I mean, we had so much green across the board here, and then I'm looking at the currency pairs and, US dollar's weak against everything except the Swiss franc. the Swiss franc is kind of, unchanged more or less. So maybe it is a little bit of a risk-on scenario going on right now, even with a government shutdown looming and maybe no jobs data coming out later in the week. But the bonds, at first I was excited about it. We had about a 24, 25 tick pop overnight. We kind of gave some of that back right now. But in reality, we're in a 7-day consolidation range, still trading in 116 handle of the Treasury bonds. So I'm not that excited until we get up into that 117 handle. That part of the yield curve between the 20 and 30 is still kind of flat. We do have a little bit of an increase in the middle part, and then the short part, forget about it. But, so I kind of lost some enthusiasm there as well. But then when I looked at the metals, we see all these metals super strong. Again, probably a function of the U.S. dollar, among other things. But I immediately went to Dr. Copper, and Dr. Copper is kind of on the move. You remember we had that big break not too long ago? Now we're kind of fighting our way back up on Dr. Copper a little bit. So I'm going to keep an eye on that, especially as some of these GDP numbers that are being estimated, at least locally and internationally, are surprisingly strong. So Dr. Copper, maybe a little bit of a gauge of what's going on globally. But right now, we're trying to make new recent highs here. We're trading in force about 8.1. So I'm going to keep my eye on copper today.
I'm going to get to you in a second about energy, Shai, but I want to go back to you, Craig, real quick about the dollar. You got Swissy. I think Jimmy's spot on. It's flat. It does feel like risk on. It feels like the market was hungry for a little bit of a pullback. We'll get to Pax's levels later. He had 66.58. It held it very well. We're right at his bond level right now. It feels risk on.
Yeah. I mean, we talked last week about the digestion that was possible, and we moved into that window of weakness for equities. We saw some two-way tape. We saw volatility creep up a little bit, but when we didn't break, we went back up, right? And we saw vol got sold into the end of the week, and the dollar tried to break out with DXY, did move above the 50-day towards the end of last week, and again, no story, no follow through. Kind of sell vol into the weekend, no risk over the weekend. You wake up again this morning and vol's getting sold down again, and the world is a very comfortable place. I mean, the systematic flows are very strong. We're into quarter end here too, so there's some dynamics in play there as we move into tomorrow. So I don't want to oversimplify kind of this move in the dollar, but yeah, we tried last week. It just didn't break out, and so we're kind of now back into that volatility down, dollar weakness. It's a good market for risk, and we're seeing that again today. And I think that probably lasts until tomorrow with quarter end. But there's a lot of data this week, right? Hopefully, if the government delivers the data, if the government doesn't shut down, but we'll get some of the private data no matter what. The ISM data will come, so it's still a big week for data. And I think market participants want to understand whether the economy is slowing or are we reaccelerating again. There's definitely an increased growing camp that PMIs have bottomed. The AI CapEx story is full throttle. Commodities are going to be bid on the back of that build out, and we're going to be off to the races again for the rest of the year as the economy is rip roaring, for the fourth quarter.
It's a quick reacceleration, Shai.
Well, we have ADP on Wednesday, which is private payrolls. And so I think everybody's actually looking at that number more closely than they are the actual government numbers, because everybody's kind of lost confidence in the BLS numbers. So even if the government shuts down and we don't get those numbers, we do have ADP on Wednesday, which will be very important.
Yeah, that's been a bigger market mover than unemployment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least I think it's maybe catching people, I wouldn't say off guard, but I just think that, you've been seeing that ADP number become more of like, oh boy, I better, a little play catch up here, or, reshift positions into NFP. So NFP has become almost less of a number than the one leading up to it. Let's talk about energy, Shai. It's the only thing that's the only weak spot this morning.
Yes.
Again, we have said this over and over again. Get to the low 60s, oil gets a bid. Get to the high 60s, it gets an offer. And you continue to say, look, that's a great thing for oil, but overall, look, staying above 60 is a good thing. It eventually brings lower prices. I actually think this morning with oil down, it helps the story in equities again, because you don't have this fear of like inflation and all these other things.
Right.
Why is energy down?
Absolutely. But energy is down today because we had the Iraq resume the Kurdish oil exports after 2.5 years. This was 200,000 barrels per day. Now, I would like to stress that this oil was still on the market. Even with a pipeline shut, it was being smuggled out of the country on tanker trucks and into Iran and to a lesser extent Turkey, and then blended and sold on the gray market. So this is not actual new supply that's coming on the market. It's been on the market. It's just been kind of on a shady illegal side, but it's still on the market. But of course, the media is making a big deal about that today. And then, of course, they're talking about we have another OPEC meeting in October to decide what they're going to do for November. And so everybody's out saying, sources are saying it's going to be another 137K. So the narrative is we have this huge oil glut, but they've been saying that all year. We have yet to see an oil glut. That's not even happening. And it really, at this point, spare capacity is almost to the max, right? All the spare capacity of OPEC has already come back online. They are still not producing at those ceilings. They're still well below, even though they have raised those ceilings. They're still not producing there. And so it just seems to be this narrative that the media likes to stir up, that this is a huge, supply glut and we're flooding the market. And that just hasn't happened if you look at global inventories on water in the U.S., in Europe, in Asia. That glut is just not here, but it is weighing on sentiment this morning.
Yeah. We're about 10 minutes out to our guest this morning. I'm excited about our guest. I've known Art for a while. I haven't spoken to him in a long time. Love his picks. He's got Cavalier King Charles Spaniels. Just a great guy. Been around the industry a long time. Quick preview for about our guest today.
Art Hogan, he is Chief Market Strategist at B. Riley Wealth Management. I'm sure he's a guest on CNBC, Fox.
Back in the day, he was, yeah.
He still
yeah,
is.
no, still is. But I'm saying he's going back. One of the OGs
So,
at CNBC.
Yeah. So looking forward to talking to him about markets. What does he think about markets, labor markets, inflation, et cetera? All around great guy. So
yeah. Of course, I go to the dog picks right away.
Of course,
I'm a dog guy. I can't help it. All right, great to have Art here
and
today.
I just want to mention we are light on data today. All we have at 10 a.m. we have pending home sales, and then at 10:30 Dallas Fed manufacturing activity. I don't expect either one of these to be any kind of market mover. So enjoy the day with little news because the rest of the week is jam packed. And then as far as we have central bank speakers today, obviously we got Waller, Lane, Mausoleum, and Bostic. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, last week we had 20. How many this week?
Less.
much less.
Thank you. We got data. I like data over Fed speak. Again, good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing well this morning. Say hi to chat before we get to Jimmy again. And we got Edge Report. We got Engineer Barrett Cooper. We've got Paula. We got Cos Peroni. We've got Uncle Baskish. I can't. Sometimes I like. Why am I trying to pronounce? It's not Uncle. It's Umar Bakish. I'm just shot. Fractal Firmament. We've got some of these I can't read. Toasty Trades. Nelson. Bellatato. We got Dennis Diaz. We've got Infinity Works. We've got William Laurent. We've got Mai Sharona. We've got Steve Erdman, Cooper, Fractal Firmament. Cos Peroni, again, he called me Dino the Dinosaur with my purple on. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So, we got Phil Easley, otherwise known as Rob. We've got Lee B. Trading. We've got Mark. We've got Larry Pumpkin. We've got Toasty Trades. We've got Spider. We got Reginald York. We've got Thomas. We got GDL. We've got Mandude. Louise Zeifer. Anissa. Good morning, Anissa. Spencer. QCap. Nelson. Witt. Mr. Deck. Good morning, everybody. Hit the like and subscribe button. Getting close to 150,000 subscribers. It's going to be big on the net. We're going to be giving away a lot of stuff. I know this morning we saw some questions this morning, about lineups. So of course, Pax is going to be joining us consistently on Mondays now. So Pax is the beginning of the week and the end of the week. Horse Farm will be joining us throughout the week, and then Wednesdays we added that retail prop segment, which is I think important because it's like I've talked about that a lot and how much of an impact it's made on futures. So. Regular crews are still here and with us, and we're going to see the regular crews in a couple weeks, right, guys?
Yes. Exciting.
Got nearly 30 people coming to see us.
I also wanted to mention we do have the JPM collar rolling off, and we will have a new one that rolls off tomorrow, and then we will have a new one. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see what happens with that. The first one was really interesting because I felt it was a really responsive area. The last one, they just went through it like, butter.
Yeah.
But it's something always to keep in mind and watch. Jimmy, let's get to you real quick. Again, I want to go back to what you were talking about with the Swissy. What's the dollar doing versus the currencies? And just talk again, like technically, where are we with gold right now? I know you talked a little bit about bonds, but where are we with gold? Because the thing just continues to move.
Yeah, and gold, I mean, let's start with gold. I mean, gold is, to borrow a phrase from Tracy, ripping higher. I mean, we're literally, for upside targets, almost in no man's land. We got to do some fib extensions and stuff like that to get some idea where we're going here. But 3,900, next stop up at the 61.8% extension. Look at that ADMA. This is that yellow line that I have here. This is a daily chart. And, we've been walking along it really orderly, really nicely ever since the end of August, really. It's been a long time. And there's no retracement whatsoever on the downside. This is all, just forcefully pushing up right now. Moving averages are super strong. Stochastics, look at this. Stochastics have been over 80 since all of September. So gold is definitely a raging bull market right now. Even the FOMC couldn't slow it down back here. Translating that over to currencies, you mentioned the Swiss franc. Let me just pop that up real quickly here. We do have a rollover gap as well. But, when I find myself in times of trouble, we'll see the Swissy rally versus the dollar. It's not happening today. It's just holding steady Freddy. I don't know. Maybe it's because of their new law that passed some digital ID requirements or something like that. I doubt that's affecting the Swissy. I'm just being tongue in cheek. But this one is holding its own pretty nicely in the sideways kind of 21 EMA kind of level. Euro FX and British Pound, though, different story. Those guys are kind of inching their way up here. And this is that big peak that you talked about. Remember, this is an inverse relationship between euro and the US dollar. And this was, boom, we had this huge rally up here in the euro. And then the dollar started coming back. Well, last couple sessions, no, we're kind of fighting our way back up into the rotation zone between the 8 and 21 EMA right now. We'll see if this thing has legs going forward here. But it's trying anyway. The US dollar is trying its best, Ellie.
Yep. And last week, Merritt texted me that he goes, he's been trading the pound again. And I told him, I said, they're going to call it the new NASDAQ for the cool kids. So we'll see if Merritt comes in trading that again tomorrow. What were you going to say, Shai?
So, nothing.
Oh, okay. She was looking at me like she had something to say. But a couple minutes before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report, some final thoughts coming from you today, Craig.
Yeah, look, I think the market's really trying to figure out, where are we in this economy with respect to the labor market we know is soft and deteriorating. But the AI CapEx story is all systems go and really helping to contribute positive momentum to overall growth in GDP. And because of productivity gains and margin expansion, it's really helped corporate profits, which has helped equities, right? So you have this incredibly interesting dynamic in this K-shaped economy where good companies and wealthy people are doing incredibly well and continue to do incredibly well. And folks that are being more marginalized folks or folks who are at risk of losing jobs because of AI or whatever are really struggling. And so I think people who are calling for recessions are really focused on the bottom part of the K-shaped economy. And people who are thinking things are great are focused on the K-shaped part of the economy. There are different things that work in either one of those settings, depending on your bias, depending on how you want to make money. If you're a bull, there are places to be. If you're a bear, there's places to be with respect to bonds, with respect to oil and things we've noticed. So you just kind of have to figure out what's your mindset, where do you think things are going to be, and trade the instruments that are working appropriately. Like I wouldn't recommend, if you're negative on stocks, being short NASDAQ, being short AI stocks right now on that slowing economy view. There's other places in consumer land, in housing, in other places of the economy that are really struggling. And so have to really target in on that because this bifurcated economy is, I think, creating a lot of confusion for strategists and for economists. But traders, can go either way, right? They could figure out where they want to play and focus accordingly.
I think that's such an important point, right? I mean, look, sometimes we have this inherent hidden bias, and it's like if you really feel the need to be short, and it's something that I've I've fought it for many years, right? I start to look at it and go, okay, you find, you're not going to go and take your hidden bias out of the NASDAQ. You're never going to win that battle, guys. But if you look at a market, like as I've expanded into other markets, you could find markets where, like this morning when Jimmy's talking about the Swissy not going higher, to me that's a trap long for a Swissy because people are trying to buy into a rally because the dollar's weak. Just like Jimmy said, it's kind of, risk on. It's not like, there's this worry out there where the Swissy starts to run. To me, you see, strength in Swissy, you come in, you sell that, right? And you put your energy towards that, because to me, that's the way I started to think. It took me years to do that, but that's such a great point, Craig. We need to talk more about that, because that hidden bias sometimes, if you're trading multiple markets, sometimes we just have this energy that wants us to be short or long, and we can't fight it. And everyone says, follow the process, follow the strategy. Always easier said than done. That's why this business is so tough.
Yep, sure.
But all right, that's all the time we got this morning for you, Craig. We'll see you in a little bit. It's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's start with silver. Silver right now is ripping higher, as we already talked about. This is a daily candle chart right now. We're up about 0.5% overnight. I'm looking at the December contract. Again, I have that extension, this fib extension. All of those extension milestones were met. We're still rolling. We got that 100% as the next target, 47.925. Stochastics have been way, way over 80 for a long period of time. So this is a very, very strong market. I think this is this line right here at 45.92. I think that might be Uncle Pax's quarterly pivot. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that is. Intraday, we have some targets here. Now, this is interesting because right now, intraday, let me get this opened up all the way so everybody could see it a little bit nicer. There's a lot of lines here. Right now, we're testing that session VWAP, right? We'll see if we have that VWAP touch. This is a 30-minute candle. You could adjust your time frame to get a more concise look at this. But look what happened right after the London initial balance. VWAP touch. Buyers came back in. We'll see if the same thing happens again. The top of the conversation is framed kind of nicely by that JAX 4 level. We do have targets above. We got JAX 3 at 47.50, and that one-day max. Keep an eye on that one, and that's approximately 47.62. On the downside, we do have call resistance 0 DTE as well as gamma wall 0 DTE at 46.50. Below that, if we break there, we have that 0 DTE high vol level as well. And then we got the pivot. We got JAX 1 all the way down at 46 even. So we'll see. Kind of a capital P-shaped distribution on the volume profile. Yeah, a little bit of a volume node early on in the Globex session down here at 66, 67. But this is kind of where we're headed right now at that nice point of control. We'll see if that becomes a magnet later on. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though. This is October Bitcoin. We rolled, remember, monthly contract. This is the front month now, as far as I'm concerned. And, we have a nice consolidation range going on in the Bitcoin. The top of it's around 18,000. The bottom of it's around 108,000. So it's a big, big consolidation range. So don't get fooled by it. But you have, again, a little bit of a rollover gap. We have a really nice green candle today, and we're kind of crushing through some of these EMAs, right? We went through that 8 EMA, tagging the 50, tagging the 21. Those two are parallel, pretty close to each other. No real wick on the top of today's candle either. So buyers are coming in, risk on again. Stochastics, though, here's where it's different. Stochastics is, the dailies, we were almost, we were below, we still are below that 20 level right now, starting to flatten out a little bit. So I'm going to be looking for this to converge, these two lines here. If they do, they could also further support some more bullish movement up to the top of consolidation range. And just looking at intraday, we do have some levels here as well, which we should talk about. We have a really nice point of control. Well, again, P-shaped distribution. Look at that big. Actually, there's a gap down here, guys, by the way. We do have a little bit of a gap here on the open. And a really nice P-shaped distribution. Point of control is up here at 112,865. And we're trying to make new highs. As we speak, we might make new highs. Who knows? Next target up is R3 up here at 113,555, give or take. And after that, you got to go all the way up to 115,000 call resistance for our next target on the Bitcoin right now. Downside, if we get some stuff back, I'm going to be looking for this volume, this VWAP line right here. It's acting as support. It's been acting as support ever since the London initial balance is over. And then you have some targets down here. That one-day max we've already eclipsed big time. That's down at 112,305. So should we get a break of that that white line there, I'll be looking for that number. All the way down to JAX2 and R2. Those are pretty good areas of interest also, right around 111,800. So that is the story of the Bitcoin. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, again, quick preview of our guest.
We have Art Hogan, who is Managing Director and Chief Market Strategist for B. Riley Financial. Prior to that, he was at Jefferies and also Lazard. He's been in the industry for over 30 years, and looking forward to talking to him about the markets today.
Yeah, let's bring in Art.
Hey, good morning.
Art, good morning.
Thanks so much
How
for
you
having
doing?
me.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to have you here. I'm going to start off with just what do you think about the overall tone of the market? I mean, look at last week. I talked about markets finally getting a little bit of a two-way tape. We got a lot of stuff behind us. We were waiting for all this data, right? And we had triple witching. We had all these different things starting to finally get past us, right? And then we saw a little bit of action across the board. You had bonds pull back, rates uptick just a little bit. Dollar was getting stronger. Now it's not pulled back. You got dollar weakness. Everything's right back to where we were. Dollar's weak, gold's bid, equities bid, bonds bid. Thoughts on this market environment?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I think the environment's changed a whole lot since the July jobs report, and I think that's been one of the biggest drivers. Obviously, in the background, we're always going to have that sort of artificial intelligence conversation. The AI darlings just don't seem to pull back much. And there's a good reason for that, right? We've got very well described and publicized CapEx going on there. But around the edges, what really changed? So had the Fed had the July jobs report when they met, they would have cut rates in July, right? So that's a given with the revisions that we saw. And then, they stroll into the September meeting, they go ahead and cut 25 basis points. Chair Powell sounds relatively dovish. And I think that makes sense. But the real conundrum the Fed is in right now is, A, they have to look at inflation as being a one-time event with core goods putting the most upward pressure, while things like energy prices and shelter costs are the big downward pressure, right? So you got the imported core goods, the biggest driver to the stickiness of inflation. Services have really quieted down over the course of the last 6 months. But the major conundrum the Fed has right now is, so they look at core PCE as their inflation target, and obviously that's above their 2% target, but they're okay with that for the time being. They look at unemployment, not the weekly non-farm payroll number, but the unemployment rate for their picture of health in the labor. So their two mandates, full employment, sort of sits at the unemployment rate. So the last 18 months, we've been between 3.9% and 4.3%, the recent high. And the getting to 4.3% happened pretty rapidly. And I think that put the spook in the Fed saying, okay, this is the mandate we need to defend. And here's why. We have a sort of a collapse, and a twofold collapse in the payroll numbers. One was obviously the revisions that happened in July to the two previous months. So we went from an average of 135,000 jobs being created on a monthly basis to 35,000 jobs. And then you get the benchmark revision. And now we know that the 12-month average was 75,000 jobs were created a month. And the last 3-month average is 29,000. So what the Fed doesn't know is, what does it take to keep unemployment unchanged? So a year ago, they would likely say something like 150,000 jobs, maybe 175,000 jobs. And that's what we were doing. And unemployment remained pretty stable. We know it's not 29,000 jobs because unemployment's going up. The reason we don't know what that number is now is we've got three things happening. We've got net zero immigration, right? So that has a big effect, right? So with less immigration, less jobs being created, the lower the payroll number is to keep unemployment unchanged. Second thing is, on a monthly basis, we have 11,000 baby boomers retiring, and that is changing the dynamic of the market, right? So the Fed is going to have to go through several sort of clean non-farm payroll numbers and see what the impact is on the unemployment rate to figure out, what is it that we're looking for in the unemployment data, the non-farm payroll data, to know that we're making progress here, or are things deteriorating? What's interesting about this week's non-farm payroll number is that we've got the consensus estimate is for like 50,000 jobs to be created, right? But if you pull the lens back and look at the range of estimates, they range from -25 to +105. So nobody really knows, what's going on in terms of jobs creation. But the bigger question is, how many jobs a month does this economy have to create to keep unemployment in check? So the estimate for unemployment is unchanged at 4.3%. But I will tell you this, if that ticks up to 4.4 or 4.5% over the course of the next 3 months, that's what the Fed's going to spend its entire focus on. So the reason they can sort of say, we know this core PCE is elevated, we know it's sticky, even in our dot plot and summary of economic projections, we don't see that getting down to our target for 2 years. That's always the case in the summary of economic projections. They've never sort of thought that they were going to do a good job of getting back to where they need to be. And while we made great progress thus far, I would say that the stickiness of the core goods prices is going to take at least a year to sort of cycle through, right? You've got one-time increase in prices. Once we know what the rules of the road are on trade, who knows what the Supreme Court does with this case? That could be another monkey wrench to this market. I think that's the biggest, for me, that's the biggest fear that I have going forward is the Supreme Court says, no, the emergency powers that you use to levy all these tariffs is unconstitutional. You guys need to go to Plan B. And Plan B is messy. Plan B basically is a power that the president does have. It has to be temporary, and they can only go to a maximum 15% tariff. The Plan C would be go to Congress and say, hey, give me this power, or actually sign off on the tariffs I've levied, but you need a bigger majority than the Republicans have. If in fact the Supreme Court throws that out, the Treasury has to pay some money back. They have to look at all the tariffs that were collected and which ones were ruled to be unconstitutional. That's going to be super messy, and the Treasury really doesn't want to go through that process. So far, the Supreme Court has ruled in the favor of this administration, but this is going to be a tricky one. I think it's a longer putt for them. So on top of that, since this July jobs data, intuitively the market, being forward pricing, started to put a bid in some of the interest rate sensitives. So you saw the financials do very well. Small caps finally made a new high. To the extent that that makes sense, some of the housing stocks caught a bid. That's deteriorated a little bit, but we went from 4.68% at the beginning of the summer on the yield on the 10-year to 4%, had an intraday trade below 4%. I think once that breaks one way or the other, if that breaks and we start thinking about the new range being 3.75% to 4%, and we get any kind of normalization in the spread between the 10-year and the 30-year conforming mortgage, you're going to start to see an appetite for these housing-related stocks. We had a new home sales number that came out last week that was a big upside surprise. The builders are actually doing all of the heavy lifting. There are virtually no existing homes for sale, and that's the biggest part. But the only way to unclog that logjam or to get us out of this sort of polar vortex of an ice age in housing is to get the 30-year conforming with a 5 handle. So if we got the 3.75, the typical delta between that, the 10-year and the 30 years, about 125 to 150 basis points, you'd be looking at 5.25, 5.5. And I think that's where these existing homes that are just not coming on the market with people that have mortgages, 85% of people have mortgages below 5% say, okay, this is close enough. It's a lot better than the 7.5 I was staring at the end of last year. And that opens up that. So I think it's kind of a two-sided market right now for us. We're looking at AI darlings continue to do well. And the interest rate sensitives are likely the next thing if things play out the right way that I think would be an ongoing trade. So, we've liked small caps for a while and been wrong. We certainly like some of the housing related stocks tangentially away from the home builders themselves, but the things like Home Depot and Lowe's and Wayfair and Open Door and those types of names. But we need to sort of have that 10-year not slide back up, but kind of stay in a range and get back into a range perhaps of the 3.75% to 4%. Kind of where we are in short order and what to look out for this week. If there's a government shutdown, that would happen Wednesday. The BLS will have had enough time to accomplish enough of what they need to do to put out the non-farm payroll number. So remember, the BLS, like the first Friday after the end of every month, the BLS has to look at an economy that's 163.3 million people and get the net change for that. And they do that using surveys. Their first survey in the first month only incorporates about between 35 and 40% post-pandemic of the respondents that they need. So the rest of that they backfill with modeling, and the modeling has been faulty of late because post-pandemic they have what's called a birth-death rate thing. And that's basically how many businesses were open and how many were closed. And something bizarre happened during the pandemic such that that model got kicked up because so many people started businesses. And the benchmark revision back in 19 and 20 was a plus 500,000 jobs. That's how bad the modeling was. And they haven't readjusted it back down. So I think that's why we're seeing these sort of massive revisions. All of that said, we likely get a non-farm payroll number. I'm more concerned about a government shutdown that lasts long enough to keep us from getting the CPI report that's coming out the following week, because that's as important as the non-farm payroll number, if not more so, in terms of our thoughts on where the Fed, is in the October meeting.
Do you think the Fed is basically kind of, even though it's not stated, kind of okay with this band between 2% and 3%, even though it's 2% is where they want to bring it down to, but it seems like they've kind of moved that goalpost as in sort of a band, saying that they're okay with inflation where it is right now.
Yeah, that's such a great question. I think, Shai, when we think about this, it's not that they're okay with it, and they're not saying, hey, we're okay running this hot. What they're saying is the difference between the 2% and 3% that we're at now on the core is really coming from goods that they know are a one-time thing, right? So we know that at the end of the day, once we figure out what the rules of the road are on trade, we can model out how much that will increase core goods prices of things that are imported. And we know that happens once, right? Monetary policy probably can't affect that at all. There's no way to say, okay, we should probably tighten because this is going away in a year. So it's not that I wouldn't say that they've unofficially moved their target up to 3%. They just know this is a one-time price increase versus ongoing inflationary pressures that would come from other things. So that's why they're able to a certain extent, understand that. But they'll keep a close eye on that. It's not like this Fed is going to abandon their inflation mandate, but they know what's driving inflation in the here and now. And in the here and now, it's more core goods than it is services, which is good news. And the offsets, things like shelter costs and energy prices, are helping to keep some lid on that. So I think that's what it is. They'll never come out and say, hey, we should have moved from 2 to 3%. That's just not, the way they operate. In a perfect world, they should have that kind of flexibility. But right now, I think it's what's causing this to be sticky above our target, and where's there more risk for us, and that's in their other mandate, which is full employment.
So I have a question about unemployment. If it comes out, I'll touch higher, right? Obviously, that's going to indicate rate cuts, and we probably see treasuries and bonds, rally there, and rates come down. The question I have is that really going to be bullish for equities, right? Because that's the one thing I'm just not sure about, right? Is if we start to see that and the bonds go up, because the bonds have been going up with stocks. If we start to see unemployment tick up and we think that rates are going to start coming down, but they're coming down because of bad jobs numbers, what does that do to equities?
Yeah, we've talked about this. It seems like you and I talk about this forever, and it's that whole concept of bad news on the economy is good for the market, which is never true, right? And we kind of got the opposite of that last week when we got a better read on the second quarter GDP, and we got the lighter number on the weekly jobless claims, and the market sold off into that. And it's just the opposite reactions you should really have. You don't want the Fed to have to cut rates because they're rescuing the economy. You want the Fed to cut rates to become less restrictive and get to whatever that place is that's neutral. And kind of wishing that the news continues to be bad to drive them to cut rates is just at the back end of that argument. This is going to be bad for earnings and equities at the end of the day. I think there's a range of outcomes in the economic data that we're going to get over the course of the next couple of weeks that sits at a place where it's like, this is okay. And it's also should be fine with us that, hey, the October estimate in the CME FedWatch tool shows there's about a 90% chance they're going to cut rates. If they don't cut rates in October, that doesn't really matter that much. It's, are they on a cutting path, and do they feel like they're above neutral and too restrictive for what they're trying to do, which is to defend that full employment mandate. But I couldn't agree with you. That's one of the things that makes me the most crazy when the market has that sort of bad news is good and good news is bad reaction. And we saw a bit of that last week with a stronger GDP report, which should be great news, and a more normalized weekly jobless claims. Remember 3 weeks ago we had that aberration where we had a 264 print. Average is about 225 right now, came in below that average. But I think that's just indicative of that sort of, we have a slow to hire but slow to fire corporate America right now. And I think that that hasn't been a great read for us because we don't know what the sort of slow to hire is going to impact in terms of the overall payroll numbers that we're able to create.
Well, Art, we only have 30 seconds left, and I don't want to leave you without asking this question. If you were to see a little bit of an uptick in unemployment, and it would look like the rate cut path is a little bit more aggressive. Could that help small caps? Could that be the index that then starts to outperform the other indexes?
Yeah, every time it feels like small caps are catching a bid, they just get punched in the face. And it took them, what did it take since 2021 to get back to an all-time high? The problem is we focus on the Russell 2 too much, and I think that's because 40% of the Russell 2 doesn't make any money, so obviously it makes them very interest rate sensitive. But on the other hand, it's like 30% are biotechs, which interest rates don't really affect. All of them are domestically focused, so this sort of weaker dollar versus stronger dollar, et cetera, doesn't benefit them like it does multinationals. I'd rather look at the S&P 600 because it's a better group of small caps, or if you think this is a beneficial environment for interest rate sensitives, make small caps part of that bucket, but also look at things like the financials, which are going to do well, and the housing-related stocks, which will naturally do well if, in fact, we're in a confirmed environment where interest rates are coming down.
Art, it's all the time we have. Can't thank you enough. Like I said, you're one of the OGs, man. I was watching you when I was on the trading floor as a clerk. I've been watching you for a long time. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
I just like that guy.
He's great.
He is.
He's absolutely great.
Just quick final thoughts before we get to picks.
So noticeable. I think this week, I actually think this week we may have a bit of volatility, believe it or not. I'm probably the only one that thinks that, but I think we're going to have some window dressing into the end of the month. I think we have a chance of some volatility when the JPM collar is put on, just because of the way the market makers are going to have to go hedge their options positions in the futures market. And so when we also have a bunch of data that could potentially be good or bad for the market. So I actually think we might have a decent weekend volatility-wise in the market.
Yeah, a lot of data coming up. Today's the lightest day, but the good news is, again, end of the month, end of the quarter, we get into October. Historically, it's going to start getting busier, but we'll see. Thank you so much, Shai. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in the big guy, Uncle Pax. Hey, oh, look at this.
This thing on?
Look, he loves doing this to me. He pretends, he likes to pretend until everyone kind of knows it's going to happen without him even knowing. He's going to be sitting there, he's going to be picking his nose or something, and something's going to happen one day. He's going to go, oh God, here we go. He's
Easy there, Grimace.
What's up, man?
Grimace.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, it's terrible.
That cracked me up. Art
This
Hogan
is blue, man.
Great. Hogan is great. Oh, Hogan is great. I love listening to Art, and I remember listening to him when we were on the floor. I remember being in the NASDAQ pit, and we had all of the NASDAQ stocks above us, and then we had the Reuters system where we can see all of the quotes, and then Art Hogan. It was great to watch him. It's great to listen to him now, and I like communicating with him on X. He's one of the guys that I communicate with on X. He's great to listen to, and that was a great segment. I liked especially what he said about the Russell at the end. Every time the Russell looks like it's going to break out, it gets socked in the face. And I saw your reaction to it.
I mean, that's why I covered mine.
And okay. Yeah, it was a good long, but yeah, I also said that, it's going to die, didn't it? But it was funny. Your reaction to it was great.
So I want to go right to the charts this morning, Pax. I want to pull up the bonds because I had your area marked from last week when we talked. We're right up against your level right now in the 30-year. This is the area that I think is going to make or break what's happening in the bonds. You can go back and see it right here. I had this level drawn. I can't tell what was it. Was it 116.24? What's your 30-year level?
116.25. So I mean, it's the high of the day now. We're right below it. So the 30-year, I was thinking about this, listening to Art and you and Tracy speak. I agree with Tracy. I think this is going to be a week to strap it up, strap it in. We're going to be busy, and I don't think it's so much about the bonds right now. The bonds and the rates are just kind of sitting. I think it's going to be more about the dollar, as you were saying earlier in the segment. It's going to be more about the dollar. It's going to be more about metals. And right now, it looks like a risk-on event when the bonds are just kind of sitting. The 30-year bond need to get either above 116.25. in this rate cut environment, the fact that we're down over at 2 full points right now since the Fed cut rates is as we said last week, concerning. I bet they're just kind of sitting they're just kind of sitting, not doing anything. Meanwhile, we've got gold breaking out to above its new quarterly pivot. The new quarterly pivot in gold is 37.75. So write that down. It's not going to change. 37.75. And and another breakout, 25 handles above, or $25 above the all-time high that we set last week, which I thought would be the high for a little bit of time, 38.25, roughly 38.25. So I don't know. Yeah, this is interesting. You got gold bid again. Crude is coming back down into. I know you probably want me to talk about one market at a time so you can bring the charts up, but crude is coming back to every time crude starts getting bid again into the mid 60s, high 60s, that gets smashed back down into reality. So crude is just a big, gigantic ass range trade until it isn't, and when it's not, crude is very destructive. If you're just sitting here and getting stubborn, trading crude in a rangy way, you'll make a bunch of dough, but when it breaks out, you better have stops in to protect yourselves. That's kind of the point. Something that Mickey had taught us when we were both young traders in taking to Mickey Hoppin was a shared mentor that both Anthony and I had, where Mickey drilled into us, don't take a trade. I said this in the chat earlier to somebody who was talking about getting short. Don't take a trade unless you know your outs, unless you know where you're going to get stopped out if you're wrong, and where you're going to take profit out of the trade and where you're going to add. If you don't know those things, don't take the trade. And because too often we guess. Somebody else asked in the chat earlier what the percentage of traders that make money are, and that's very, very small. Under 5% of traders will make money long term, and a large part of that is, well, there's 1,000 reasons for it, but a large part of it is people take trades without knowing how to define it first. You have to be able to define your trade. And anyway, in crude, that's a big ass range trade. We're breaking out in gold, so I wouldn't short that with my ex-wife's money. And silver is also breaking out. Silver is super interesting to me, Anthony. Can you put up a silver chart real quick?
Yep.
Silver's got that double top going back to 1980 and I think 2010 at the Hunt Brothers high. Depending on what you're looking at, if you keep a continuous chart up, then you're going to look at the high of the Hunt Brothers high in 1980 is $49 and change, and then $50 and change. So $49.50 is going to be that huge all-time high double top going back to 1980 when I was 9 years old, and I'm not that old. I wasn't trading silver in 1980. But anyway, one silver takes out, it's kind of like Russell, right? One silver takes out that high, then we've got a whole nother extension higher. And silver, silver's quarterly pivot is 46,221, 46,221. Its upside target is going to be 49,987. 49,987 for the quarter. That takes us right up to that double top. And if we break out, we'll be trading at 53,753 and a heartbeat and a half. 53,753. We'll be there very, very quickly. There's going to be stops going back decades above that high, and it's going to take us out really, really quickly. So I don't know. I'm a breakout trader. I'm not a I would be more inclined to trade the breakout above that 49.50 area than I would be to sell it. Even though, the third time we get up there, you just might bang against the ceiling and then come back off a little bit. But, I'd rather wait, I'd rather wait. At one of the most important aspects of trading that I've learned is that I'm going to stick to my process, like the Ninja Cup. I can trade my balls off. I can trade my butt off in the Ninja Cup and do very well, but I'm not going to be any benefit to anybody if I'm not showing people how to be patient and wait for your trade setup according to your process. It'll go against what I was, suggesting to that trader earlier. Before you take a trade, know your outs, define your trade before you take it. Otherwise, you ought not be trading. And it doesn't matter if you're trading a huge account, a small account, or if you're trading a funding company prop money. or funding company life sim money. It doesn't matter. Know your outs before you take the trade. And know how to define your trade clearly, or don't do it. So anyway, we are sitting going into a week full of data, going into the end of the quarter tomorrow and the beginning of the new quarter on Wednesday, the JPM collar being put on. And I can give you an idea where those prices in the S&P are going to be, but we'll know for sure in the midweek this week. We've got ISM, we've got Joey Jolts. Remember Joey Jolts? Every time I see the Jolts number, I call it Joey Jolts. We've got Joey. We've got
Joey Jolts.
Yeah, we got Joey Partipillo out this week. Joey Jolts out this week. We've got non-farm payroll out this week, and we've got a lot of information that can cause a great trading environment. And you and I both love the end of the quarter, the end of the month / end of the quarter trade, and the beginning of the month, beginning of the quarter trade. So you can expect new capital flows into this market beginning Wednesday, Thursday, going into Friday with non-farm. It's going to be an interesting week. You don't need to blow your week today. You don't need to make your week today. If you miss the gold trade, you miss the silver trade, wait. There'll be other trades. If you miss this equity run up for, I don't know, we're still midway. We're still 25 points in the S&P from the all-time high, and the Nasdaq is I don't know, another 100 points below it. If there isn't any clear setup for you today, clarity. If there is no clarity, don't spend any money in the markets. Wait for later on in the week. Tomorrow, late afternoon trade is going to be good, could be great. It's been a huge run up. We're up 10% for the quarter, roughly in the S&P. Anything can happen going into tomorrow's end of the quarter trade. So just, keep your powder dry. Remember, like I said, coming about the Ninja Trader Cup, is the competition is that the most important aspect of this is remembering this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You don't need to make money every day. Nobody makes money every day except for the YouTube streamers. Nobody in reality makes dough every day. You've got to protect yourself, and you've got to wait for your trade setups, wait for clarity, and spend money in it.
Oh, are you done now? I want to make sure I don't cut you off.
You're such a smart. I was, as soon as I stopped talking, you didn't say anything. I was waiting for some sort of a chop.
I was going to let it go for a long time. I was going to let it go for like a full minute just to see how long it was going to take.
Why? Because it was good,
so
or because
let's go over a couple.
I'm talking too much.
No, it was good. Listen, I enjoy it. Look at. I'm just sitting here. I'm just a spectator like everybody else, man. I'm just here to navigate the charts for you, man. Let's go, baby. Here's what So a couple things. What I wanted to talk to you about when I saw it overnight. First thing that I thought about this morning was opening range low on the Sunday night Globex session. You come in on a Monday.
Yeah.
I want to know your thoughts on an opening range now, because I know you're going to trade the opening range on the open, but you've got an opening range low on a Sunday night. Now, what if the opening range is the high? What if opening range is the low? I'm kind of curious where that lays with you.
So, I think the general idea for the majority of retail traders is that when we gap higher like this, you want to sell it, right? You want to sell. The gap is going to fill at 67.03. So if we open here at 67.32, you want to sell it. You want to get long, buy a breakdown to 67.03, right? Whenever we gap higher, I always see people talk about that. For me, I'm going to wait for the opening range to set. I'm not going to be very aggressive today. Today's not a day I'm looking to spend any dough in, but tomorrow, Wednesday, I will, and Thursday and Friday too. But so today, if let's say 32, we're trading at 32.75, 33. If 33 is the high of the opening range and 30 is the bottom of the opening range, and we come out 30 offer, I will sell them awfully quickly. I will be happy to sell those. If the high of the day is made in the opening range, that's a bearish sign. Now, on the other hand, if I'm going to be kind of neutral in my mindset, I've never seen it. I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit. I'm a much better short side trader than I am a long trader. I mean, like a much better short side trader. But now if the opening range is still the same, if it's 30, the bottom of the opening range is 67.30, and the top of the opening range is 67.33, and we go 33 bid, I will be long. A lot of people are going to want to be selling that. So I don't anticipate that the opening range is going to come out, the market is going to come out of the opening range on the upside easily. But some of the best trades are when everybody else is caught wrong-footed and selling, what they consider a gap up, and they want to sell it on the way down, or whatever. And we come out of the opening range in the first attempt and we rally. That is a bullish sign. So if the high of the day is made in the opening range, that's a bearish sign. If the low of the day is made in the opening range, that's a bullish sign. You want to be long and look for those 15-handle rotations from the opening range. People keep asking me all the time. I'm looking for the 15-handle ladder rungs. The 15-handle ladder rungs are going to be from the top of the opening range and the bottom of the opening range. So if 33 is the high, it'll be 40. It'll be 33, 43, 46, 47. So I'll be looking at 46, 48. On the downside, if it's 30, I'll be looking for 15, 17. See what I mean? So I'm just looking for those simple, easy 15-handle rotations. Yep. This isn't rocket science. The market does the same thing every single day. It's just a matter of how much money do I want to spend in it.
It's good to see people on X starting to tweet more about your rotations. I've heard a lot of the guys in the afternoon, a lot of the traders throughout the morning as well, talking about just the simplicity of rotations that you look at. I think by you adding it on the charts, again, everybody, you can get PAX's opening range indicator with those rotational lines. We'll ask production to please put that in the chat so they can check that out. And you see people start to look at things more simply because of you, and I think it's so important. And it's also, this is why I couldn't wait for you this morning, because, having you talk about because the opening range on a Sunday night versus a Monday morning, I always get kind of caught in between that, Pax. It's always an interesting thing for me, because when I see the opening range low on a weekly chart, and I come in today and it's like opening range is the high, I'm always like, I almost just let them go, because I'm like, because I'm not trading just off the opening range like you do, but it's so important to me, and where I look at, where I think the market directionally should go. And I totally hate an opening range low on a Sunday night and then an opening range high on a Monday morning. You know what I mean? Because it's like now you're caught confusing in between the weekly and the daily.
Yeah, it's confusing, because the weekly open, I should have said that earlier, Ann. The weekly open is bullish. This is a bullish open. 66.97 is the open. There is no range on the weekly reopen, but the low is just a tick below. So the low was made right off the open. That's a bullish sign. If we open up here and we break, I'm not interested in trading that either. It's mixed signals. I'm not a big fan of those.
So we've only got a little bit of time, because you and I, we're over talking a little bit, chewing into Tanya's time. We're sorry, Tanya. We'll get to you here in just a moment. Everybody joining us here on Monday for Tanya. I know. I need to get your NASDAQ levels though, because your levels have been honestly spot on, your quarterly pivots. Again, I love seeing people on X talk more and more about them. S&P real quick was 60. What was the S&P quarterly? And then give me the NASDAQ, and then we'll end it there. So what was the S&Ps?
S&P was 60. It is 66.58. We churned at that last week and finally got above it really on Friday. And the NASDAQ is 24,568. We did the same thing. We churned it all week long, got below it, took it out, got above it, got above it, and then Friday we closed above it. So we need two closes above 24,568 to elect a move up to 25,907, 1,000 points from here. So we get two closes above that. That elects a move for another 1,000 points. And the S&P is the same. We get two closes above 66.58. Then that elects a move up to 69.83. It's a long way. A lot of movement this quarter.
And that's the thing, Pax. Yeah, we're going to end it there. But, that's the thing. Again, when I see your quarterly pivots, because I keep very close attention to those as well, when I see that is... it's not the low of the move in the S&P, but look at no closes below it. It stopped. It closed pretty much right on it. I think it was Thursday. Then we open up on Friday and we rally, right? And then you see us today opening range on the Sunday night open rally. And I know I always look at your bigger, higher targets. I look at that, and then I kind of put that on with my Bollinger Bands, and I look at it and go, man, for a swing position, if risk reward is there. If we start getting above the highs, another thing to talk about just real quick is that all the indexes are working together right now too, Pax. That's the thing. Like, you're seeing them hit your levels, and you compare apples to apples, they're hitting your quarterly levels are right around the same time, and the responses are very similar. That to me, when I see that right now, it means they're really respecting your areas, and you got to watch that. If we start to make out highs together, don't want to fade that, kids.
No, well, the S&P and NASDAQ are working together. Your boyfriend, the Russell, is still getting his ass kicked. The Russell quarterly pivot is 24,072. It's still 10 points below it. So the Russell is smashed back into that range, like Art was saying.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll end it there. I love you, buddy. Everybody, make sure you go check out Pax's indicator. Let's put that in the chat, everybody. Download what he has for his opening range tool. You'll be able to see his rotations. And, of course, Pax is here with us on Mondays and Fridays. Go check out what he's doing in the Pax group. Everyone knows how I feel about Big Brother Pax, otherwise known as Uncle Pax in some other parts. But I love you, buddy. I will see you, I'll see you later this week.
Tanja. Here comes my niece, Tanja, the one that started calling me that first.
That's right. All right, we'll see you, Pax. All right, Mondays. What are Mondays known for? Well, Mondays are known for Tanja trades. Boy, has Tanja done such an unbelievable job in some of the roughest conditions, right? We don't have any data this week. We come out. She comes in, cool, calm, and collected, and helps us set the tone for the week. So let's not waste any more time. It's time to trade the open with Tanja. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning, Deli. How are you doing? How was your weekend?
It was great. Relaxing, watch a little football. It's hard to believe fall's in the air, even though it's 92 degrees down here in Florida. So when you come down here to play golf with us in a couple of weeks, be ready. It's still a little warm.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's gonna be 90. It's 92. I thought it was warm up here because it was like 80 this past weekend. Honestly, it doesn't feel like fall at all. And I love New York in the fall. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Are the conditions like always like fast greens and everything down there?
Yeah, greens. Well, you know what? Coming out of summer, typically they're gonna be probably like 10 and a half, 11. So if you don't know what that is, that's like a decent
Okay.
speed, not super fast.
Okay.
But yeah, grass is a little fuzzy still coming out of summer with a lot of rain, but conditions are pretty good. I played this weekend with our pro. It was he kicked my ass, but it was fun. How's your golf game?
It's getting better, I'd say. Like I wanted to have a lesson this weekend, but actually my coach said that she's out at the she got the opportunity to go be at the Ryder Cup this weekend. So no lesson for me this weekend, but I've been working on it at the simulator and par threes and such like that.
Oh, it's exciting. And everybody, if you don't know, I'm having everybody come down and visit me. I'm gonna take everyone to play golf out at my club. We're gonna have a nice dinner. Everyone that's on NinjaTrader Live, all the production crew, everyone's gonna be there. So I'm looking forward to it. Going to be a lot of fun. Tanya's going to be playing golf with Pax. We're going to put you guys in the last foursome because I know that's going to be the one playing music, having fun, and all that stuff. It's going to be
Okay.
it's going to be a great time. Yeah.
Awesome.
So all right, let's take a look at the charts. Let's see what we got going coming into this Monday morning.
Yeah, I mean, like Friday, we did not have any continued downside. Thursday and Friday. So Friday, we really bounced in the afternoon. I'm looking at, that NASDAQ daily fair value gap that we left, the space between this candle's high and this candle's low. And we really we really did Wixby wicking, you guys. We definitely dug deeply into this leg here. If I could take the fib out. Pretty much, yeah, 76% back into this leg. But the bodies of the candles remained in the upper half of this fair value gap that was in the discount. So I gotta believe, I bet the chat is also bullish sentiment today. I wouldn't be surprised what the votes are in the chat today if they're mostly bullish.
64%.
Yeah. I mean, you have some downside for retracements into those areas, and then we just don't have any break of structure on the daily. Has not happened at all. So I got to continue with my bullish stance also for just trading at all-time highs. Doesn't seem to be like any sort of unforeseen like policy change or anything. So we're just, trade. This is what trading all-time highs is like. And yeah, we are starting off this morning at a bit of a premium here. We did we did move up a bit overnight, but honestly, I kind of like that they're making some equal highs here for NASDAQ. ES already took them out. So I would look to, it'll be great if NASDAQ actually retraced a bit in the morning, if we had a morning fake out, morning dip to buy to go back towards all-time highs. ES slightly more stronger. But I really do like these smooth equal highs that we created at all-time highs. I do think we're gonna revisit them again soon. So today also just like with the chat, I'm pretty much bullish bias today. So be seeing if maybe we'll find some kind of good trade set up here. I would hope for the morning for it to have a morning dip buy, essentially, like push a Judas swing, as we say, the new generation sometimes says. So like a fake out to the downside and then a structure back to the up. Yeah, Delia, have you learned any of the new lingo?
Well, you taught me the dirty 30.
The 30-30. And what did Pax say, that Russell is your new boyfriend
I'm
or
not
something?
even listening. I just ignore him. Yeah, I mean, I kind of let it just go right over me. Yeah, he's always that's what
thought
we
that
do
was
to each
funny.
other. We talk a lot of shit. Yeah, he likes to be, he's Mr. Jokester, Mr. Pex. So I know, because he's giving me shit about the Russell for so long now. I'm like, listen, man, and I made like almost 50 points on that swing position, which is not.
Nice.
It was good, but it was just one of those things where it's like, he's like, you should have bought the NASDAQ. NASDAQ rallied like 300, and I'm just like, okay,
Right.
you're right. I know. I don't bury me for it, but
He's mad at you for cheating on
yeah,
on your girl Nasdaq. I know my own chat
he
tells
is.
me
I
like
know. He gets,
whenever I take like ES instead of Nasdaq, and then sometimes it'll start off, with these rotations. Sometimes in the middle of the day at all-time highs they happen. Like the ES will start off stronger, so then I'll take a position in ES, and then all of a sudden it just starts sleeping, and Nasdaq's pushing up. My chat just goes like, "This is what you get. You cheated on Nasdaq."
speaking of that, so coming into today, you've got S&P and NASDAQ. Like you said, S&P is a touch stronger. You and I have
Yeah.
talked about this a lot. Like, sometimes you'll choose to, if you're looking to be long, you'll buy the stronger one versus the other one. But today, when you look at it, like you said, the highs look very similar in the way that they were met. We don't really have a lot of divergence between the two indexes.
Yeah.
S&P is slightly stronger. You favor in any which one coming into today for this morning's trade?
Yeah, um, I probably I'm fine with taking Nasdaq, even though S&P is like slightly stronger, because Nasdaq will just move quicker, and it seems like they're both going towards the same target at those smooth highs at all-time highs. Um, I'd say that there was that divergence at yesterday's here, that pushback yesterday where ES, these lows did not take out these like London lows on Friday, I mean. And then Nasdaq did. So we have this low created here, and then we did have that push up afterwards. Um, and yeah, pretty much I'm fine with that, with taking Nasdaq long. So you can see that that's how ES is stronger, took out those highs then here from these smooth highs from a few days ago. But that doesn't mean that Nasdaq's gonna fall asleep at the wheel or anything. It's pretty close to them. So I'd be fine with taking Nasdaq today, even though ES is slightly stronger, because Nasdaq's up like what, 0.65%, ES is up 0.5%. So, Nasdaq moves faster, and I'd rather just, if they're in sync as they do look like they are, I'm fine with taking the much preferred sister from the chat as well.
Yeah, don't cheat on your Nasdaq on the stream, everyone. I know, like you said, they're all over all of us for that.
Oh, they're gonna get on.
All right. All right, well, I'm going to leave you here for today. Chat, please show some love for Tanja. Hit the like and subscribe button. We're on the path to 150,000, where we'll be doing a bunch of giveaways. We're definitely going to be giving away some stuff on Tanja's session. I know we're going to be giving away, whether it's a pair of shoes or a bag we're going to let Tanya choose what she wants to give away to all of you. So
Awesome.
please help support us on that path to 150K. And Tanya, continue to work on that golf game. I can't wait to see you. I'll see you next week before you come out, but have a great day and have a great week, and keep working on that short game.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, you guys. October 16th is coming faster than I thought. Time is flying. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's September 29th. How's everyone doing today? Most of the chat is bullish. We got 15 minutes until the open. What we got today? We got a lot. When I looked at the calendar, right? We got Trump is speaking at 1:15 p.m. today in the afternoon. Cool. But we got a lot of Fed speakers today. I think they're done speaking though. There was one at 7:30, one at 8 a.m. So then the other ones are speaking in the afternoon session. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. We actually have orange folder news pending home sales at 10. So that would be something I'll be sure to be on the lookout at and look out for. But yeah, you guys, let's see. We'll find out. Everyone's bullish this morning. Hopefully it's not like, hopefully it's a good setup. Hopefully it's a good trade. I'm writing down basically what I'm looking at. Morning dip buy, hopefully. Morning Judas swing to the low to some sort of retracement from what we had last night during London session. Long NQ preferably. Because the thing is, like, NASDAQ just moves faster and you'd make more money, like Pac said. Let's see. This 4-hour chart. Yeah, we had that divergence on the hourly. I already showed you guys. Yeah, and we completely disrespected this swing, right? Which was the last swing high. Made the swing low. And we've had some displacements to the upside there. So I'll take out my fib from this leg. Okay. Yeah, this would be in a premium here, but there are some good areas of interest, I'd say. This 4-hour. This 4-hour lines up with this breaker block. Basically, it's a high that took out a good amount of liquidity. We came into this daily fair value gap. So I'm interested in this level, honestly, from 24,747 to 24,786 on NASDAQ. And ES, yeah, ES is strong. You can see it doesn't like this high. This is lined up a little bit higher because it already took out these highs way earlier. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see if we get, I mean, ideally, honestly, yeah, we get a retracement to here, and then we get a smaller time frame structure shift to the upside and look for longs. It's my ideal situation. That being said, though, what's the ATR of the day? Of the last 5 days, I'm gonna take a look at that as I typically like to do in the morning session. Then I like to jot that down in my notebook. So I'll just have it on for like a second here. ATR. For NASDAQ, it's 274 points the last 5 days. And then ES. $57. About 58 points. I'm gonna round up. So you can see like the volatility has actually gone up a bit because the ATR has gone larger for the past few days since the 15th, honestly. So past couple weeks. So higher volatility, more ranges, larger ranges in play. You gotta be careful. I think, one post that kind of did its numbers on X for me was literally, I just shared my reaction when I was in a short, I believe, on Thursday. And then, market 1 minute candle, 37 points at like 11:15 a.m. or something. So we're definitely getting those bigger candles. And 1 minute candles being that large, I haven't seen that in a while, honestly. So that's a good thing and also a bad thing in the way that you have to just make sure that make sure you know where your stop is and how many points that is, and adjust like your contract sizing. Because, let's say you typically take, to make it simple, you're taking 2 contracts, and typically your stop is like 20 points from where your typical stop is, like the last swing low. If now the market's making bigger moves and bigger ranges, maybe now that same swing low that you typically take that trade on is a 40-point stop, then you need to just take 1 contract if you're going to keep the same risk, right? If you want to keep risking the same amount of money, that's a simple concept, but I feel like a lot of new people need to know that. And also, it's just something you always have to keep note of. If you're just quickly taking your usual contract sizing, you can easily realize, oh no, I'm already in a trade, and that's a really wide stop than my usual, and I didn't want to risk that much, so always know how much you're risking, essentially, is what I'm saying. And know your outs, like Pax likes to say. Yeah, so news at 10 a.m. I'm kind of hoping that that's going to be a good injection of volatility. Maybe the news will bring us down into this level, and then we'd look for longs. So I'm gonna probably label this on the smaller time frame here, 15. Kind of like here, maybe I'll make this line more better for the breaker for ES. I like to just put the bodies of the candles there, and this is a little bit deeper into this one, so I'll make this color a different color. I like a darker blue or teal. So many colors. Okay. 7 minutes still open. How's everyone feeling? This is like a close your eyes and buy day. I hope not, because I'd be annoyed if we just go straight up, because I'm looking for that retracement. And then, the other scenario is I could just retrace into here and continue going lower. And then I'm like, all right, whatever. I had a bullish stance and there was no bullish entry. So then that also wouldn't follow my plan. So I wouldn't take a trade in that situation either, unless it was something like truly looking bearish. So higher time frame looking quite bullish. Yeah. Let's see the chat. David Wagon said Tanya sent me here. Cool. Shap says she can listen to Deli's Pax impression all day. That's hilarious. Yeah, he's got that Midwestern accent. Chicago. Let's see. What am I doing right now? Yeah, we have 924s though, but oh yeah. I think it's just a general good idea to take a look at. Midnight open. Midnight open. Thus. And then let's just have this open on the 15. We're good. Be ready. Mhm. We didn't really have any 8:30 news today, though. It was 8:30 open. Put a navy line there. Yeah. Mhm. The 8:30 open for ES actually took out that those equal highs, which is interesting. So actually even it's kind of wild. Okay. Well, it's lined up at those same highs. Okay. Took those equal highs out during London session. This is buy side liquidity. This is like swing high, minor buy side. Liquidity. I can just put BSL. Minor BSL. Right. So to be honest, I mean, that would be if I'm then that shows that my like point of interest here is actually in relative discount, right? Because it would be below midnight open, 8:30 open. And yeah, I'd be fine with longing a relative discount, even though from this leg it's not a discount. But you have to think about, we did rebalance this quite a bit on Friday. We did a lot of back and forth here. So I wouldn't really think that we'd return if we're gonna have a nice smooth ride back to all-time highs. I don't know what I just did, what accent that was. Some kind of Southern. Tanja ASMR channel, ASMR, trading as ASMR. Yeah. We're nice and cool and collected here. But I do my I do my accent sometimes, my little impressions. Yeah, it'd be great for a drop and pop, someone said. It would be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? It's a nice song. It's a good song. Yeah, so let's see if we drop into here. Let's see, here's the open. We have 10 a.m. news. I mean, I would love it if we have drop into here and then at 10 a.m. we have kind of a reversal, a bullish reversal. I would go. That would be my favorite kind of trade setup. So far, there's that divergence that we didn't take that minor buy side on NASDAQ. On the 15-minute, we just broke this low. So I could see some people wanting to short to that area. I'm just fine. I'm just not, I don't really want to play a retracement short when I'm overall bullish and the trend is very bullish. So good luck if you are in a short. Most of the chat, I think, said 65% bullish. So seems like we're on the same wavelength there. Which is a good board game, by the way. I like playing that board game Wavelength if anyone's tried it. I like my board game nights with my friends. I'm not a clubbing girl. I have my board game nights and trivia nights. I do go to bars to go to. There's trivia nights. That's like a Tuesday. No, Monday night, Thursday night type of thing. Not every week, of course. Actually, my trivia group hasn't been in a while. So anyway, here's the open. See what happens. We just broke this like, well, I'm just kind of interested in it pulling back to here, ideally. I like to start off the open on 15-minute. 15-minute shows the bellwether chart. Removes the blur, as some say. Yes, a little weaker there. See the 15 minutes not green. Doesn't really retrace much. Dropped a bit before the open, which is interesting. The start of the drop. Mhm. 9:30 for ES is this, and 9:30 for NASDAQ is this. Just see if I can make this like dashed or something. Cool. Nice. Okay. We got 10 a.m. news too, so I'll mark that out when that time comes. The time comes. Hmm. So yeah, we broke that low on the 15-minute before the open. Nasdaq retraced a bit more. I mean, I want us to I want us to dump to this area. That would be ideal. I don't know if it will have continuation because sometimes we're just so strong, and that's why I'm kind of against. I'm not really into shorting this right now. Actually, we don't have a 15-minute fair value gap to go off of here. Just have this inversion, tiny inversion here. So, like, I don't know, maybe Nasdaq wants to come up, make this swing high. I don't know. We'll see. Doesn't matter. I know this is the level where I'm interested in us hitting first and then going long from there. Hopefully, we don't just retrace a tiny bit, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye out here on ES. ES is retracing more. We just made it's close to its new low session. So we'll keep an eye out if there's any divergences there. Because maybe Nasdaq's a lot stronger. ES heading towards that midnight open. See, new low session. I see 14 minutes ago, Donald Trump tweeted he'll be imposing a 100% tariff on any and all movies that are made outside of the United States. Around like 9 a.m. I think he posted on Truth Social. He said, our movie making business has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from a baby. California, with its weak and incompetent governor, has been particularly hard hit. Therefore, in order to solve this long time, never-ending problem, I will be imposing a 100% tariff on any and all movies that are made outside of the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. And then he also said, in order to make North Carolina, which has completely lost its furniture business to China and other countries, great again, I'll be imposing substantial tariffs on any country that does not make its furniture in the United States. Details to follow. More tariff talk, so probably going to be volatile action. Yeah, that's probably what happened for this small push down, actually. Time executive posted that 8:56. Oh, okay, actually, he posted that here. Okay. China's been saying stuff. Let's see. China Commerce Ministry opposes U.S. export control measures. China Commerce Ministry urges U.S. to correct wrong practice, to stop unreasonable oppression on Chinese firms. China says U.S. undermines stability of global industry chain, vows measures to safeguard its interests. Okay. I mean, yeah, the furniture. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've bought furniture, and I've got people saying like, "Oh, you could get a lot cheaper on whatever company," and then that company, yeah, manufactures in China. I'm like, it's not the same quality. Also, they were trying to tell me to buy a bootleg version of my Herman Miller chair, which I will not be doing. I'm not buying I'm not buying a Gucci bag on Canal Street. I'm not going to buy a knockoff Herman Miller. It's not the same. I have a friend who has a knockoff one. I sat in it and I was like, this is not nearly as comfortable. No. Plus that chair will last me like years and years and years, so it's a family heirloom now. Very interesting. ES has been, was consistently making slightly new lows of the session. NASDAQ, not at all. Digging into that 830 open level, I would say. That's what NASDAQ's doing. Maybe it will reject from there. Yes, near midnight open. It's in a 5-minute right now. There was no 5-minute FEG here that took out this low. Yep. I'm not as interested in this in a short. I'm way more interested in just waiting for a long opportunity, and I mean, we'll see. Maybe it comes. Like, this is kind of weird that we're so out of sync right now for the past 12 minutes. 10 a.m. news, so don't count anything out. What's up? 1,600 people watching. Make sure someone said 3K chair was Duff Save Your Back. It was more like 8K. I had like too many. I had like every add-on. I don't know. I just need the tall version and the high all grain leather and stuff. And it's not a computer chair, it's a lounge chair. Okay, here NASDAQ just had a wild push up there to take out that minor buy side liquidity. It just pushed up like what 30 points there. So let's see. Yeah, this is weird now. Pretty different markets here right now. I'm simply not touching it because I wrote my plan down in the morning. I want a retracement to here or here. NASDAQ, tiniest retracements, not even hitting midnight open. We'll see if ES maybe hits this. I was hoping we'd reject from here, 8:30 open, make those smooth highs go down for an easy Judas swing, but nothing yet. See. Yeah, YM's particularly weak. How far are we from all-time highs right now? Around 100 points away. Okay. So basically what we had, just a small sweep of some hourly lows. NASDAQ push back up higher above that minor buy side liquidity. Mark out all-time highs here. Hmm. So there's no more divergence at these highs anymore because we took them out. Now on NASDAQ. I actually want this to be like a nicer blue than this. All-time highs. Do you guys think we're just gonna go to all-time highs from here? Or do you think that maybe 10 a.m. we bring another retracement lower? I mean, it's hard because we barely retraced at all, but that can just show just how bullish we are. How much did we move so far on the daily? I'm gonna just measure this. Here we are on the daily chart. Let's measure from here to here. 222 points on the NASDAQ. So we can extend to those all-time highs, which are like another 60 points away. It would be well within the average true range. Just a matter of, do you think that that was it for the morning Judas swing? Considering it happened even at pre-market, it does seem like it is. So I'm not even too opposed to trying something like that. Let's see. Pretty much where the 5-minute FEG is that minor side, that minor buy side liquidity. We left a nice displacement there. See from here to here. That's in a premium. ES definitely is a snail today. What I wouldn't like is if ES now comes back down again near its lows, we're all out of sync still. Yeah, YM's continuing to make new lows of the session, but YM's known to be inversely correlated to NASDAQ. ES hasn't really had like a bullish fair value gap at all yet this morning, or any kind of FEG actually. It's definitely sluggish. All right. We have news in about 9 minutes. I'm probably, guys, yeah, I'm gonna wait to see what this news release is like. It's either, I mean, it's either gonna just provide that distribution to all-time highs, or yeah, I'm gonna go put this up on the higher time frame now again. I just lost this here. Here, all-time highs. Or maybe another Judas swing to the downside. For me, there's nothing right now. Yeah, I flipped through a billion time frames. I'm gonna see. Maybe ES comes into this area. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. See what we do. Maybe NASDAQ comes into this area of point of interest now. This is a 5-minute bullish fair value gap. It is in the premium though. But it is quite strong today. We're up like probably 1% or so. Let's see. Up 0.88%. ES has a 3-minute FEG. That's all I see for that for now. It hit midnight open. Hasn't yet really broken a swing high with a displacement yet. Let's see. See what it does. It has these equal highs here. So we got that. We got NASDAQ making a 3-minute, 5-minute fair value gap aligned with those but minor buy side liquidity and smooth highs from a few days ago, right? See what 10 a.m. does. 10 a.m. in 4 minutes. And this is a 5-minute point of interest, unicorn basically. 5-minute FEG and breaker. We did take out some minor buy side sell side from 745. So made a lower low, then took out the high, made the low. So it's possible if we're just gonna go roll up to all-time highs, that this will be a very sensitive area. That's what I'd like to see. Is it like that on the 15? Yeah. Yeah, so at 10 a.m. actually, this will probably be a 15-minute fair value gap. So yeah, let's see if it retraces here and then has a shift back up higher on the 1, essentially. What's it gonna be, you guys? Okay, we have 1 minute, 44 seconds until the news. Honestly, I am hoping for a dip down into here. We're just looking really strong.
Tanya, good morning.
Good morning, Stowe.
What's up? How's it
Good.
going?
It's going good. We're here with Tanya and Moderate News release right now. How are you?
Yes. I am good. I'm fine, I think. I didn't look at the market until about 20 minutes ago,
Nice.
including all of last night. So
Nice.
I was shocked to be like, whoa. So it looks like we went straight up all night. Cool. Uh,
Yeah.
and here we are, still partying. So
Yep.
okay.
Still partying. Looks like we are. Yeah, we made another high. I was hoping that this would retrace into here at least.
Yeah, no, I guess nothing.
Oh, let's see.
We'll see.
Um, do you typically look at the charts like at nighttime?
Yes.
What's
I
your routine?
always watch on Sunday at least.
Mm-hmm.
But my wife and I were away for our anniversary, so that was fun.
Oh, happy
Um,
anniversary.
Thank you. Yeah, it was cool. We chilled and I somehow did not open a chart the entire time, so that was cool.
Oh,
But
great. So like when do you typically check like before you go to bed?
yep, before I
Yeah.
go to bed, as soon
Me
as
too.
I wake up, pretty much anytime that it
Mm-hmm.
occurs to me to look at my phone. That's the other reason I don't ever uh, swing positions is because I'm already looking at the charts way more than I should be. So
Oh yeah.
if I did that,
Yeah.
I would probably never sleep.
No sleep.
Thanks
I
for a
totally
moment. Thank you.
sounds good. You in longs right now on NASDAQ or
Just ES.
yeah.
I have this long from 720.
Nice.
Yeah, but again, I don't know what's going on up here. If it's gonna I don't like being above a gap like this, Tanya. It makes me very uncomfortable. So
Oh, I see what you were saying. Yeah.
yeah, we've got
Yeah, I've been like kind of waiting for NASDAQ to see if it'll retrace, but maybe it's got the zoomies and it doesn't want to.
yeah, it definitely has the zoomies, that's for sure. Um if it can pull ES up to its overnight high, that would be nice, but I assume the Dow is in its feelings today. I haven't even looked at that yet. Yep,
Yeah.
sure is.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Is it still making another low of the session?
Yes. Ooh, my
Yeah.
goodness. Um, yeah, just on a 15 minute, it
Yeah.
looks like someone shot it. But
Yeah.
that's funny. But yeah, looking at the overnight, it's just like it was just straight up, and then we're kind of fighting with the London 30-second opening range right now. And that the low on ES for the day was also a quick stop run of London's low, and I did see some buying
Yeah.
coming there. So I don't know. My gut tells me to try to be long until overnight high break on ES, or if they make a new low in ES, then I'll wait for the gap to fill. I think that's gonna
Mhm.
be my plan.
Sounds good.
How about
Yeah.
you? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I was looking for yes to retrace to like 6710-ish, 6709 to like um let's see, like 6700 because it had a 4 hour or hourly gap there, I think. Yeah, 4 hour
Okay.
on the fair value gap and or NASDAQ to retrace. So it's like the same thing on the NASDAQ. I was looking for it to retrace to here. It's a nice 4 hour breaker and gap from 24,787 to 24,744. But we didn't need it, neither of them have retraced to my points of interest yet. Showing, I mean, that could be just showing it's super bullish, or it's just like messing around with people, like kind of consolidating after the huge move.
Right.
We hit midnight open on ES and not on NASDAQ, but that's where we kind of bounced at the opening drop, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I want a bit more of a retracement. I'm kind of eyeballing to see if maybe this is all like it's very bullish and that's the only retracement we get. We do have small divergence there of ES and NASDAQ, which, pretty much in a all-time high market, we can like sometimes that's all it needs, just a tiny little bit of a divergence.
Yep.
And then to go follow back up. So definitely like bullish, looking for all-time highs. I haven't taken a trade yet. I'm gonna see what happens here if once we retrace the NASDAQ to this 15-minute area from where it basically broke its near its pre-market highs, 24,913 to 24,894, to see if maybe that is going to be a really sensitive area. And then a 1 minute shift up, I would probably look for a long, just considering how strong it's been looking this morning. If it just kind of rolls over, then whatever. But if it has another shift of structure from here, from that zone I have marked out, then probably look for a long.
I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
They're trying to party still.
I know.
Was
And
that the poll?
that's a good sign though, because like I don't really like if it's like just slowly retracing to the point of interest, that's good because that shows just like it's so much strength essentially, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Order flow wise, there is definitely still somebody at this 67.19. But also a big seller at 67.25. And they have both been getting filled plenty. So
It's like a lot of back and forth basically.
yes.
Okay.
NQ much stronger. Yeah, the Dow is still just puking its guts out. But the Dow is at a round number, which it occasionally enjoys. So maybe that's enough to get it. I did add one more at, yeah, I added again at 67. That looks like my fill kind of sucked, 67.21. But I'm going to take it off here.
Nice.
So I'll get back down to a runner. Yeah, I've been really having a good time with ES. I have been like in
Sync with it.
2 to 3 point scalp mode pretty much, and that's it. And I have really benefited from it. Both Pax and my friend AJ have kind of been making me look at ES a lot more, and Pax was really right. There was a day, I forget what it was. I forget what day it was specifically, but I had a really good entry on NQ, and it was right before a news release. And so I got flat because, you know, I've had my feelings hurt by NQ in a news candle before.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I got flat, and price just went straight up like 300 points. That's never fun. And Pax wrote me the next day, and he's like, you know, man, if that was ES, you'd probably get away with holding your stop there. You're not going to get slipped, 15 points on ES. I was like, you're right. Maybe there is a benefit to this additional liquidity. So
yeah, NASDAQ definitely has more stop runs. Yeah, because there is more liquidity in ES. It's more widely traded. I've definitely noticed that. Like I feel that's why I will take it sometimes. It is a slower mover, but I feel more comfortable at those swing lows that they won't get violated.
Yep. It was almost like it was a little bit of a gaslighty experience to go from NQ to ES. It was like, because you can trust ES a little more to hold on to its spots. So I was like, yeah, I was coming out of an abusive relationship pretty much is what was going on.
That's too good. Yeah, once it's like, oh yeah, coming out of an abusive relationship. And you're not sure what's going on. You're just confused because you're not used to it.
Yep. You're like, are you being nice to me for real? Is this real? Oh man, that was a cool ad. Okay, cool. I'm stoked on this. So yeah, I'm just looking for overnight high now, I guess. Whoa.
Nice. Oh wow, that was a quick one.
My goodness, that was so much liquidity. Wow.
That's sick. That's sick when you are in it.
Yeah, that was cool.
Let's see.
I'm gonna get out. So there's a bunch of skipped auctions between like 29 to 27. So whenever I see a impulsive move like that, that hardcore, I just get out because I know I can get back in if I want to. But yeah,
right.
All right.
Sick.
Happy Monday, Tanya. Where's the money gun, Tanya? Can we pump it out? What are the rules for using the money gun?
I don't know. I don't know. The rules are based on vibes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, sure. If you want the money gun, we can bring out the money gun. I got it always right next to me.
Sick. Perfect.
Pump it up. Pump it up. If we had
Pump
all
it up.
eyes, that would be sick. That would be crazy. Um.
G says that's not liquidity. What do you mean? I just meant there was a lot of orders that went through to smash that seller. I wish I could show you on a depth of market, but I can't at the moment. But yeah, they swept. They're kind of coming back and filling this out. These a skipped auction is when price only traded on one side and not the other. So someone marketed in enough orders to just skip through enough prices that no prices traded on the ask. They only traded on the bid up through that. So that's what I meant by
Oh
liquidity.
wow.
I know you folks have different phrases for stuff.
I mean, definitely, that was a wild candle. Can't say.
Jacob, I'm using a 3,000 volume chart for ES. I use 750 for NQ, but 3,000 for ES so far. It's a little slow, but I like it. All right, cool. Those filled. That's good. That's good. Man, that was nasty. Watch him fill this gap now, Tanya.
I know. That's what they typically do. Gaps like to get filled.
Yes, they do. This is
Yeah.
fun. I get to hang with your people in here.
Yeah.
What's the Tanya chat like? Are these people nice?
I think so. I think they're nice.
That's cool.
They're the best chat on YouTube, I think.
All right, that's good. I've slid into Kane's chat, and those folks are a little spicy. So I know
I
everybody's
think it
everybody's chat
depends
has
on
their
how
own.
you are. Yeah, Kane is a little spicy himself, so
That's true.
that's how it is.
That's true. All right.
You gotta know your audience. I think my chat's a little bit more wholesome, but they're funny too. So
All
I
right.
think it's
That's cool.
both sides.
Oh, we're the best, they say. Okay.
Yeah, they're the best chat. Plus, they make good they point some good things out a lot of times, some like decent cool levels that end up, they're smart chat. Like I said, most of the chat, I think it was like 65% bullish this morning.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm still looking to see if we're gonna retrace to here. We still haven't, but maybe that's what it needs to do is just build a little bit more liquidity to maybe take out this low, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe we just gotta build some more liquidity.
Well, for as much fun as ES and NQ had on that push, the Dow had zero fun. The Dow is
Oh
still
no, it's
the
being
Dow
a
is
boomer.
still in its feelings. Yes.
Oh wow, yeah.
I wish I don't have it. I don't have it up on Ninja, but I
I can
think
just show it.
I think I
Right
turned
here.
that.
The
Yeah, go
Dow.
ahead.
There you go. That's the Dow. Sad boy.
Look at that thing. Straight down.
Mm.
You could put that in a textbook next to bear flag, and that's exactly what it's exactly what I think those look like.
That's true.
Oh, also, thank you for offering to introduce me. I see in the chat, but they like to make me come in out of nowhere like a surprise all the time.
Oh, okay. Like a little pop in,
Kevin likes to mess with me. Yeah.
like a hedgehog or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Or what are those things? Like whack-a-moles.
Prairie dog.
Prairie dog?
Yeah,
Yeah, do you have that
those
in
things.
Pennsylvania?
No, that would be sick. We have groundhogs, specifically the most famous groundhog.
Wait,
in
yeah.
America.
What's his name? Pennsatucky Phil? What's his name?
Punxsutawney Phil. Yep.
Punxsutawney Phil.
Yep.
Dang, like I was close.
You were close. You
Oh yeah,
said
he bit them. He bit De Blasio, I think. That was
Yes, he-
hilarious. I was laughing so hard. I was like, that's amazing.
no. You said Pennsyltucky, and that is also what I refer to as the big chunk in the middle of Pennsylvania. It is also Pennsyltucky.
Ah,
I'm allowed to call it that too because I'm from here. So
got you. What do you call a large sandwich? like a 12-foot, like a not 12-foot, 12-inch long sandwich, like this big.
It's typical. I think we use. I think between my wife and we just had this conversation. This is funny. I think we say hoagie more than anything.
Okay.
Pretty
Okay.
sure. We also say sub, but it's
Okay.
usually hoagie.
Okay. We say hero in New York.
Yep. Yep.
Chicken parm hero.
I can't get on board with that. That's insane.
I never said hoagie in my life.
It's a goofy word, hoagie. Yeah, it's very goofy. Yeah, grinder's another one. Iculus? Iculus, yeah. Grinder. Nope.
Mm, grinder.
Yeah, that's another word for sandwich.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think we'd say like sub. I think I don't know. Sub. I don't think people ever say that. No, I think they say the heroes. Yeah, or sandwich. That's it. Um, damn. Nasdaq's still not. Yeah, Nasdaq's still not letting up. It's
Nope.
just continuing.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's in a great mood.
Yeah.
If the Dow bounces here, we're going to the moon immediately. It's the only way around it. The only thing hurting us right now is the sad Dow.
Yeah, she's sad today, or he. I think I just refer them as she.
It's possible. I'm open to that. No,
Yeah.
no, Dow's a grouchy old man in my mind.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
old-
you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's a gradual move. Nasdaq so is definitely a she.
Yep, I can see that.
Very brash.
Dow's just banks and toilet paper, basically. Is the only things in there. So
Yeah. It's only 30 stocks. The dirty 30, I like to call it. Yeah, I'm still kind of waiting for this area. Um, I'm worried that's just not gonna hit. It's just gonna be a close your eyes and buy day, but ES
yeah.
is looking slightly weaker. We'll see what ends up happening.
This so
Definitely a
the
weird day when you like kind of have that big move overnight. It's always tough.
maybe I might scoot over here and do this. Yeah, this is really good two-way on NQ. This is how I try to look at order flow in a simple kind of brainless way. It's easier for me. It's just like these red guys down here. This is all passive bid, and then this is all passive selling up here. And we've made this new volume node. So this is all like trend day stuff for NQ. So these are like
Definitely.
trend day clues.
Yeah.
Because
Where's your volume node at? I'm just wondering if that's the same my level. Like
it
from
is,
where
yes.
it is, right?
Yeah, so you're looking for like 913.
Yeah.
Yep. So overnight high is like 909, and that is inside of this volume node. So like
Yeah. What's the bottom of that volume node?
the bottom is like 890.
Yeah, that's pretty much my level of like 893 to 913. Yeah. So
Yeah, no, that would be awesome. So like, yeah, that's actually a really good spot from my, I don't know, discipline, whatever the hell we're calling what we do. But yeah, all of this passive selling here that was holding it down, they all got off sides at, I don't know,
Yeah.
945. So a retest of this bunch and
Yeah.
a retest of the other side of that volume node, see if those buyers are still there and still want it, then yeah, that's a good spot to look for. I like that.
Exactly. That's basically what we call that. Like, yeah, if it's a breaker, just same thing. If those people are off sides, it's where those highs were broken.
Oh, that's what breaker means.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
well, it's like mostly it's like the high before the low swept out a previous low. So this low also took some liquidity out. So then now, because it swept these pre-market lows and then went back up top, break this high now. We'll see if it retraces back to it. And if, yeah, like you said, if there's people that still want to buy there.
Okay, cool.
There's still orders to be filled there. I
Right.
would suspect so. But we'll see. We don't know. Because, like you said, the Dow's looking real sad. ES, I mean, and I don't really look at the Dow too much, but if ES is looking sad, then I'll take a gander at the Dow.
Yep.
Yeah, ES is creeping down to make a new swing low soon. We'll see.
I was talking to T-Trades about this actually, and he looks at the exact same stuff differently, but also Dow and
Yeah.
NQ using them in concert to trade ES.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do that a lot. So are you learning his model?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
I suck at it.
It takes
I've
time. It takes
I've
time.
always
It's like a
had
new
like
language.
yes, that's a very good way to put it. I can't like I tried this forever ago with a lot of different price action things. You know, like when you're first learning how to trade, like there's like that flashcard that has like all the stuff. And it's like this candle plus this candle is blah, blah, blah. I've
Mhm.
never been able to see candle shapes and have them make sense to me.
Right.
So
I
that's
mean,
been,
like if you found something that does work for you, which seems like it's volume profile and order flow, then
yeah,
you don't really need to venture out. Is this just like a challenge for yourself?
yes, yes.
Okay.
This is a side quest, which I enjoy
All right, cool. Just
thoroughly.
definitely take the time. Like, don't rush the side quest because I definitely it can get frustrating, I would say. If you're learning a new language, you're like, wait,
Yep.
I thought that was a I thought that was a masculine noun, not a feminine noun or something.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
exactly.
it's just like different nuances. We still like get into my 15-minute level. Although we did sweep a little bit of a low there.
Yep.
Um, Still didn't tap into the 913s yet.
I bought ES again
Low. Oh,
just
cool.
for fun. So yeah, NQ pulled back to that RTH VWAP, which is like again, um just this is all trendy things. So now my target on NQ would be like 950. There's also like there's a bunch of orders going on right there, but yeah, ES got down to that 19 buyer again at that spot. So it's just like, okay, I'll put it back on.
I mean, yeah,
So now we'll see if 950 has some
definitely was
selling.
huge pop up there. NASDAQ. We just popped up like 20 point, 30 points. Let's see.
My fill kind of sucks. I'm going to take that off there. Tighten this up. The one thing that ES is not, well, it's not ES's fault. It's probably a me thing. So, but my execution has been like moving from market orders in NQ to market orders in ES. I find I'm getting much worse fills than I would on NQ. So
Huh.
I need to do some soul searching on that a little bit, I think.
Maybe just buy ask instead of hitting buy market. That's
Yeah, that's
what I do
probably a good
sometimes.
idea. Yep.
Uh, um, hmm.
Have to ask Jim how to change my hotkeys.
Cool, cool. I mean, what we did was we did come into the tiniest of like we swept this low essentially. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait and see if maybe we make another high then, swing high. Otherwise we could just kind of consolidate. I don't want to get stuck into consolidation,
Yeah.
but I'll probably look to go for a long if we do make another swing high then. Because it did come into just like the tiniest of 15-minute fair value gaps. I didn't mark out that one, but because it was just created from this low, but there was one, and we just came back and we're just holding really strongly. So yeah,
Yeah.
probably will look to enter soon.
No, and like you said too, like that, the shallower that pullback is, the stronger it is, right? So
Right.
yeah. I do hate having that gap down there.
Oh yeah,
It's
me too.
it's like yeah, it's in the back of my mind big time. It's living rent free right now.
It's funny.
No, base trading. It's not. No, they're just different ways to look at the same stuff. I've actually found the amount of the correlation between how we all trade completely different things and get the same results is kind of crazy. That's like the most shocking part about doing this show and getting to meet all of you folks is like I can't believe how we're all coming up with about the same thing. I mean, me and Tanya just walked through that. We both have that same retrace spot for completely different reasons.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. Like
that's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's why I personally just don't really use the volume nodes because I could see them on the charts with the candlesticks
Yeah.
without
Yep.
needing it. Just like kind of like you don't like maybe for you it doesn't translate as well. Like you said, you can't really see the candlesticks as well.
Yeah.
And that's why you use it. That's why you use the volume nodes. So
Yep.
different strokes for different folks.
Yep.
Hmm. We never retraced into here. We just swept out the previous 15-minute low to this 15-minute FEG. Never really retested buy side liquidity, this minor buy side liquidity. Let's see if ES ends up taking this high. The high at let's see, 631.25.
I don't want to scare it, but the Dow is just,
Looking better.
again, I don't want to make it nervous. Because we need its help. If I'm going to get to the overnight high in ES, I need the Dow to help.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, you need its help.
So don't be nervous. It's fine. Everything's cool. What time is it? All
It's
right,
like you're
10. It's
coaching your
almost
kid.
10:30.
It's like
Yes.
you're coaching your kid how to ride a bike.
She's big into this scooter. Actually, she's quite the
Oh,
daredevil. It's terrifying, frankly.
it's terrifying.
Yes, yes. It's like you're well, having a kid is like watching your heart walk around on the outside without any protection. So it's already scary having your kid fly down a hill on a scooter. But
Oh yeah.
she wiped out the other day and she got a black eye. It was the like the first time she's ever had anything like that. And she was
Damn.
she was so upset because she's like, I have to look like this at school. It was so good.
Oh
She,
my God.
she was right back on that thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. She was not deterred. I was like, you sure you want to give the scoot a little break? He's like, nope. Gotta fly.
Gotta fly. I like that.
Yeah, she's got all of her bravery from her mom. I don't have a single bit of that. This is the bravest thing I do is risk money on candles.
That's quite brave, honestly.
Yeah, we talked about this. Not a roller coaster.
No.
Nope.
No, nothing would convince you. What if your daughter are you gonna take your daughter to Hershey Park?
Yes, yep. I'll do it. I'll
How
do
old
it
is
for
she?
sure. She's 6. She's 6.
Okay.
She just turned 6.
Okay, so she might not be tall enough for the rides yet, but probably when
No,
she's like 8 or so.
Yeah, she's close. There's a couple. We go to this like what's it called? I guess it's like a trampoline park, basically. I don't. It's just like there's a bunch of climby stuff, and she does like the rock climbing wall and all those. But there's like a zip line portion of it that she's not quite tall enough for. But so as soon like one more year and she'll be able to crank all the rides. That's what she says. So.
I mean, she sounds determined, so that's great.
She's quite determined, yes. In every aspect.
Are you gonna teach her how to trade eventually?
Yeah, if she wants to.
That's fun.
I mean, she's probably gonna think it's lame. She's like, Dad's on his candles again. That's what she says.
Does she actually?
Yeah, she does that. Dad's on his candles again. I'm like, yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, she's funny. She's gonna make everybody their own Lucky Charms. So you're on the list. She asked for everybody's name. And I'm gonna bring them to Florida next month.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Don't get too excited. I don't know what it looks like yet. She still has to make it for you.
Okay. I'm sure it'll be cute. Customized jewelry. Oh yeah, we're almost at 150K subscribers, you guys. That reminds me. We're at 148K. And once we hit 150K NinjaTrader, we're gonna do a bunch of giveaways.
Yes.
So make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already.
Did you figure out what you're gonna do? They were trying to get you to give away a purse or something.
I mean, that would be great. I mean, I don't think they were trying to. I think I was
Was that your call? I don't
suggesting it.
remember.
I was
Okay,
suggesting
all right.
it. I don't know. Might as well. I don't know, I gotta talk to them. What's the budget, you guys?
I'm gonna give
They could
away
be involved.
pierogies. That's what I decided.
Pierogies. Oh,
Pierogies,
how are you
yes.
gonna ship that?
They can like you can get like a Pittsburgh pierogi like pack shipped somewhere from like the good pierogi place, which
Okay.
is like strictly old ladies rolling these by hand. They're so good. It's insane. Yeah, so I'll do that. So it won't. I was gonna make people bread, but everybody told me that was too weird for me to actually make something and send it. So
You make sourdough?
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hmm. I like making bread too.
You make bread too?
Yeah, I'll make the like bread sticks
All
and like
right.
just regular bread. I haven't tried sourdough yet.
It's cool. I mean it's like
Became
it's
a big
cool,
thing
but
during
it's
COVID.
harder than like just normal yeast. So when you're doing it, you're like, why am I making this harder than it necessarily should? Um, but yeah, it's fun. Goofy hobby.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for finally to be fall and I can bake a bit more because it's just been literally, it does not feel like fall at all here in New York. It's been like 80 degrees this past weekend. So I can't wait until it actually gets a bit cooler and I can start, baking cookies and such.
Oh, that's awesome. Yep. No, we were saying that yesterday. It was like a summer day here. I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I need the leaves. I need to put a hoodie on at all
I know.
times. Yeah. Yeah. I'm
I
ready.
want hoodie season, sweater weather.
Yes. Sweater weather. Yes.
I am waiting and wait. I've been waiting for like these gaps on the Nasdaq. I feel like all morning.
Yeah.
First, I had this gap, we didn't get to it, and then now I had this one, and we still didn't get to it. I'm like, oh my gosh, what time is it? 10:32. Okay.
Mark, my favorite order flow platform is I don't know. I mean, Ninja's really good. I mostly just use this. They have tons of cool order flow stuff. I use a couple indicators from Order Flow Labs, but other than that, there's all the capabilities are in here. So it works quite well.
What's why I'm doing this? Well, it's really just not, it's holding on for dear.
Yes, it's trying. Like, but again, I scared it. It's just like barcoding down there after it had like a 200 point 15-minute candle, and then now it's down there worried about something.
Yeah. I don't really trade the Dow, but I'll watch it. Do you trade it at all, or do you just
Nah,
Okay.
I've tried to. I used to a little bit. It's more of a I can't really use any order flow on it because there just isn't really that much order flow going on. The times that I've watched it for years, and the times that I was trading it, it really is kind of just like basic wait for a round number, see reaction. I mean, it's very clean from like a high time frame standpoint, so it is good for analysis, but I'm just not that kind of trader that takes big chunks like that. You really need like a bigger stop loss and more
Yeah.
risk management. Yeah, it's not great. It wasn't great for scalping for me.
Okay, and you're like more of a scalper. That makes sense. Yeah, I've noticed too that you need bigger stops, wider stops, just
Yeah.
inherently. It's like, what is it, 46,500 right now? Wow.
See, yeah, it just like it just gets to gets to round number, hangs out, leaves round number. If you pull up like a 30-minute chart or an hourly chart, you'll see like insanely clean highs and lows that it just respects ridiculously. But yeah, I've just never figured out how to trade it successfully.
Yeah. So you watch it for divergences basically and to see if there's like strength.
Yep. Yes.
In And
Yeah, it's just so that's another dumb analogy that I have is I think that ES is kind of NQ and YM's marriage counselor. And so if YM and NQ are both in a good mood that day doing the same thing, then ES is happy.
yeah.
But if YM and NQ are doing opposite things, then ES is going to be chopping up and making a balanced day. So
Do you think that I feel like most of the times they're doing opposite things. Have you noticed that?
yeah, it's a lot. Well, on a true trend day, and this
They're
is when
not.
like this is when I'll look at it the most is if they're in sync, then ES is going to be where I want to get my money in for the whole day and try to
Right.
figure out how to maximize that trend. But yeah, I haven't really seen that in a while. That's true. Maybe since the spring.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, probably because like at all-time highs, they tend to just do a lot of rebalancing, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't.
it is.
That's all over my head. I don't have a single clue what the actual stock market is up to. This is just a scoreboard for me.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So you typically like risk like 2 or 3 points on ES to make, or like I can't really even. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I try to stay within 3.
Yeah.
Or I try to tuck it, below a low. So
Yeah.
this fill blows. I'm ashamed of it. It should be down here. So I missed like a
Oh,
whole
pretty
point
good.
with this market in.
Oh, okay.
uh,
That's what you're talking about, the market
yeah.
orders.
Yeah.
I think
Um,
RR is really good there. So that's
yeah.
where I'll be like, I'm okay with having like a quote unquote shitty fill because like it's like,
Yeah.
if the RR is there and like the structure's found, then I'll take it anyway.
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh, yes, Chris. Thanks for asking about my P&L. Yes, I am up this year.
Do you like read the chat the entire session when how
Oh,
long are
yeah.
you here for? Like, so you do 2 hours or no, from
No, I
11
just
to
do one.
12, right? Okay, 11 to 12.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
one
because
by
that makes
myself, and then
mhm.
I'll be back in the afternoon with Nick today, I think.
Nick, awesome.
Yeah.
So you're on here a lot, actually.
Yes, it does feel like work sometimes. It is a lot. It is a lot of streaming, but I have come to really enjoy it. It
Good.
has presented like a lot of interesting challenges. Yeah, I do like it. I'm glad that I
Like what
took a
kind of
look at it like that.
challenges?
Well, I mean, like, accountability for sure.
Hmm.
The other cool thing that it does is it's like if I'm basically journaling all the time, and if I
Yeah,
have a day that I, I mean, I'm on here so much, I don't really trade outside of the show anymore.
right.
So if I have a bad day, then I can just literally go watch and see what happened. And that was maybe the most effective journaling that I never knew I needed. So that's been cool. Um, but then
Hmm.
also just like learning how everybody else trades and also getting to talk to people all the time too. Um, that has certainly changed how I look at the market. And I'm a pretty open minded person anyway, but like, so
Yeah.
it being able to apply that to this world has been super helpful too. And I think I've become a way better trader. I've kind of like, I feel like I've fast tracked myself quite a bit this year. That wouldn't
Hmm.
have happened otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that with the journaling, especially like and then like at the end of my sessions, I'll typically just like audibly journal as well, just saying like review what happened during the
Ooh, I
session.
love that. Yep.
So then, uh, I think it's like dangerous to walk away from the screens in or end the stream and be like in a like in a huffy puffy mood kind of. So
Yep.
like
Yep.
to try to like cool down during the end of the stream. Because yeah, it just gives you more clarity and accountability, like you said.
Yep. That's cool. I like
And then,
that.
like you have to like defend your trades essentially, like your ideas too.
Yes. Yes. And yeah, you get like, yeah, so people are like, what the hell is this? What are you doing? Why are you long? All the time. That's usually the question I get when I'm buying the high of the day. is
Yeah.
why are you getting long up here? And I'm like, well, I guess this is why. And if I'm able to explain it to, just randos in the chat, then that gives me a little more conviction to hold it. And sometimes I'm not able to explain it and I'm like, shit, you're right. Fair enough. Definitely goes both ways.
Yeah. I mean, but that just goes back to like your ego though. So then you're just like, yeah, fair enough, instead of like doubling down and stuff, because there's that side of it too,
Yep.
that your ego comes into play 'cause when everyone's like you're chasing.
Yep.
And then you have to defend yourself.
I am good. I'm pretty good at being really self-aware. That's like my um I think that's my primary edge is I'm really self-aware and I'm really good at ditching egotistical things like really fast.
That's good.
I've always had that in my life, so I think that is my trader edge too. And I was talking to somebody on vacation about this, and they were like, "Well, what's the magic indicator that you use to make money?" And I'm just like, "It's not. It's man. It's like I know everybody thinks that, but the only edge, the only alpha or whatever, is just you as a person and how you manage, the same information that we all have."
Yeah, 100%. I think like it's just about like controlling what you can control.
Yep.
Hmm.
Plan B, no. It's not 40%, and that's not no. We don't have similar RRs. They're much different. I shoot much more for this. Might be a hot take in the trading world, but I'm much more of a 1-to-1, 1-to-1.5 guy. And I try to get my core off for about 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1 to 1.25 risk to reward, which is kind of what I've done down here. You can see I bought this 67.20 spot 3 times. I took off for, a couple points.
Mhm.
And but I'm just like, the idea here is to go get the overnight high, or at least to go get the IB high with the last bit of this position. So I have like a discretionary target in my mind that is just based on, easy to remember market stats, but that those don't always happen. So I'm trying to pay myself along the way too.
Yeah, it's solid. I mean, especially if like you're in a market like at all-time highs where like if you had a big move overnight and you're consolidating, and you just take the money while it's there. Because just like
Yep.
I think I like the long where you took the profit at, right? And you said there was liquidity there. There's a lot of liquidity. Yeah. And then what we do, we took out the low that made that high. Like,
Yeah. Right.
so you banked there and you took it off. So that was good.
Yes. You got to walk away from the table at some
Gotta
point.
gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run.
This is good. Why they
Never
put us on
count
together.
your money when you're sitting at the table.
Table.
There'll be plenty enough time for counting when the dealing's done.
You got the whole song. That's
I think
awesome.
that's like a classic.
Yep.
Has to do it does, even though it's called like the gambler, it has to do with trading. You got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to
Yes,
walk away,
yes, you do.
when to run. I feel like it's a great song.
That's pretty good, Chris. That's a good idea. Chris says he always forces himself to write a paragraph of why I'm taking the trade in the chart. That forces him to take the thought of the trade instead of, okay, that's not too bad. I can't do that
I
because
don't
I'm
have time to
so
type a paragraph.
no, yeah, that's way too much for me. I'm in the moment so much that like, but you usually know I'm usually in a trade and then I know that it sucks after I'm in it. That's usually the order of operations for me.
Wait, what did you say? You what?
For like I'm usually in the trade and then I know, okay, that trade's not working. Okay,
Yeah.
now I need to get out of this. But
Yeah.
if I see that execution signal, I'm getting in because
Yeah, me too.
you might
Yeah,
not
you
get
just
it
don't have
again.
time, especially if you're scalping. That's the thing. Yeah. Like I've noticed a lot of times. Yeah, if the market's moving, like sometimes I literally only have like 15 seconds to get in, like
Yep.
to that retracement level. Like it just doesn't, hang around there for long. So, um, Yeah, I think after the trade's done, that's a good idea too. But I guess it really depends on your time frame. If you're entering on a 4 hour, you have time to write the paragraph or so.
Yep.
But I think
Omni.
like after you're in it, yeah, why not? Like after you're in the trade, sure. But I definitely need that concentration to kind of see what's happening in the chart. So that's where I put my energy in.
My buddy Omni is typing the Dow is going high. He's right. The Dow again. I don't want to bring it
Now
up.
it's starting to pick up. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, okay. Chris says that's after he enters the trade. If he can't type it, then it wasn't a good trade. Okay, cool. All right, that's cool.
That's good. Yeah, I figured that. Cool. I was starting to perk up. Hmm. Mm-mm.
Are you
I'll s-
excited for Florida? You bringing your sticks? Are we golfing?
Yes,
All right, cool.
yes, of course. I have to get one of those like bags that you can take on the airplane, right?
I was going to tell you about this. So there is a company, I think it's just called Ship Sticks, and they insure them and ship them right to your hotel room and then back to you again. So you don't have to mess around with the flying with
Check
golf
in.
clubs. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I'm gonna do that. I have flown with musical instruments, and that's a similar nightmare to
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm not I'm good. I'm a carry-on guy. I don't like to bother the check-in people for anything if I don't
Mm.
have to. So
Oh, right. Well, yeah, it depends on how long I'm going. Yeah, if I'm just going a couple days, then yeah, exactly. Just carry on. Oh,
okay,
okay.
sweet.
Cool. I'll look into that.
But yeah, ship sticks, I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, that's good to know because I was worried about, I wasn't worried. I was just like, oh, I have to start looking into it. Cool. What instrument do you play?
Guitar.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
There's a little known fact. They have to let you carry on a guitar for your additional item. It is like some sort of airport rule. So if they don't have room, they have to like put it in the back and stand it up against the wall. So that's always what I did with my guitar that I cared
Oh,
the most about. But I've had to check instruments before, and even in the most like amazing flight case, those things still get banged up. That ain't fun.
do you think that happened because of that like song that came out? Oh, what was his name? There was a guy who like put his guitar with I think United or something, and then they completely broke his guitar.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. I don't know who you're talking about specifically, but
It was
yeah.
a big thing, I think.
Oh man, yep. Especially, I mean, some of these instruments, especially like acoustic guitars that are like, I don't know, Martins from the '60s, like they're irreplaceable works of art, basically. And yeah,
Yeah.
it's devastating when something bad happens like that to a guitar.
Yeah, this is what it was. It says, yeah. Here we go. United Breaks Guitars is the name of the song by Dave.
Oh,
It's a
I gotta look
tribute.
that up. All right.
Yeah, look it up later. It chronicles a real life experience about his guitar was broken during a trip in 2008 and the uncooperative reaction from the airline. It was an immediate YouTube and iTunes hit upon its release in July 2009.
Whoa. Okay. Delta breaks guitar. Okay. Yeah, Chris, you signed
Oh,
a waiver. Yep.
okay. They questioned why he didn't take it as carry-on, and he said, okay, that's funny. Damn. Okay. He said it's difficult to bring it on as carry-on. Okay, so he probably had the option. I don't know. But I'm sure that there's people in the chat that know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was posted on that same day, it hit 150K views on YouTube.
Whoa, that's insane. That's awesome.
Oh, it has 25 million views right now on YouTube. Oh, cool. I'm gonna watch that song afterwards. Um, I don't know, you guys. It never retraced to my area.
I
It's
think you might
just
still
kind of
get
now
it.
it's kind of just flagging. It feels like it. YN perked up now. It's kind of just back in the range a little. Let's see. It feels like we're just kind of consolidating here. We have been just consolidating since 950. We haven't made a new high on NASDAQ
Nope.
since in the last 40 minutes. So it's like more of a scalper's market like your style. So what's this range been like? 631 to 615 point range on ES. Okay.
Yeah, the NQ is just like
120
frozen.
points on NASDAQ. I know. I'm looking for all-time highs, but it's like, whenever it traces to here, I don't really feel comfortable doing to longing, especially that gap below, like you said. And since we did invert, some people are saying, but there's been no bullish fair value gap candle since this kind of sequence in 1021. I said I would have loved it much more if we were traced to that zone that we both have marked out in that gap, right?
Yeah.
On ES, you're like looking like it looks like your volume, like you don't have like a node there. So do you feel
Nope.
better shape about that?
No, I feel terrible about it, actually. I feel like I should get out of this trade right now
Oh,
at the
really?
top of this. Yes. Well, the way that I'm looking at it is like, okay, so ES is making, when you look at volume profile stuff, it is important to remember that like most of the way this is taught is in hindsight. So, the way I like to think about it is the market starts with the lights off and slowly turns the lights up all day until you finally get to see what room you're standing in. Um, and this is what the volume profile is doing at the moment. It's making a very Gaussian balance.
Right.
There's there's kind of of a volume node left behind at the bottom, but like not really.
Okay.
So I have like statistical targets, which is an IB high or an IB low break, and
What's
since we're
IB?
initial balance,
Okay.
which is the first hour of the session. So it just takes that first hourly candle high and low, pretty much
Okay.
is the same thing. Um, that breaks. It's very often. It's like in the 80s or 90% of the time. So as the day goes on, I like to wait for either a overnight high or low to break, and NQ has checked that off, but ES still hasn't. And then now one of them to break IB high or IB low. So that's 975 ish in NQ, and then that is 3125 in ES. So we'll see if that breaks. Maybe I'll get out of this trade then. I don't know, but at the moment, I'm not in love with it.
Okay. That makes sense.
Because the way to play this balance day is, you just kind of pick a side and look for extremes, and then you just got either buy it or sell it back
Trade the
towards the
ranges.
mean. Yeah.
Trade the extremes of the ranges. Yeah, for ES it's much more of a balance day. Like you said, yeah, we've had much smaller range. NASDAQ, like you said, is above its pre-market highs. And I've been just waiting for it to come down. The NASDAQ looks more like a trending up day.
Yep.
But, with not much participation from ES, it's not much I could do. And with it not even retracing to my levels either. I'm more of like a intraday trader. I hold for larger moves. So
Hmm.
this is what I just have to deal with. So I appreciate you being on at the same time as me, honestly, because it keeps
Oh,
me
this is great. I'm having the best
good.
time. Thanks
That's
for letting me
good.
come hang.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Also, as soon as we mentioned the Dow was in a good mood, it sold out
Yeah. I
almost
was just trying to
immediately.
say it's back in, I was saying it was back in the middle of its range, and then now it's back near the low of the range a bit. Yeah, but Dow has hit like a hourly low and hourly fair value gap. So then for my strategies, I would wait for like a 5-minute breakage structure with a fair value gap to the
Okay.
upside. Yeah, I was just eyeballing to see what it's going to do there, and that break on the pushback up higher was definitely not like energetic
Yeah.
to move back higher. So it's not really. given me much hope there on the market picking back up. Maybe it's just like a consolidation type morning to take out liquidity for later. I do think we're on our way back to all-time highs. It's just a matter of how we're going to get there.
Yeah.
Now we have this hourly fair value gap, you guys. So that's why I'm still kind of waiting. We'll see what happens versus this hourly low. If we come back below 917, which honestly it's starting to look more likely, that we might come back and hey, maybe that's what we needed to do is generate that liquidity and then sweep out these lows before going higher.
Yep.
Because I do like that when I see like resting lows above this level that I have marked out, then that's more liquidity that's generated. So more likely that I'll get swept down, then maybe that will be a good reaction to it for a move back up to the upside.
Yep.
Um,
Another
yeah.
big setup I have that is like it's all part of the trend day stuff is once this thing loses its top band, this is the A plus is somewhere on this bottom of the -1, which also happens to be 24-hour VWAP and is still in, your similar range here, 895 now. And that typically happens around the London close. That's like an 11:30 to noon setup for me.
Wait, what exactly is the setup?
So it's like if we prove trend it has started to exist in the day, which is like this is kind of set up pretty well. So we had morning trend, it faded, it's losing its extreme trend here, and we're back in. I consider anything between the +1 and the -1 to be balanced, for lack of a better word. This is more just like, I mean, if VWAP is the mean for the day, then it's happy. It's right where it should be. When that happens, post trend up, usually a retest of the other side, the -1. This is where a buyer is going to show up. I don't know if it's a robot that likes to buy the -1 or what happens down there. I don't have a clue, but this is where buyers step in for some reason on days like this. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe it's starting to trace now during like the London close. 3 minutes to 11. I mean, that's definitely not the kind of pacing you want for like a trend day.
No.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just wait and see what this does, I guess. And I didn't take any trade this morning, you guys. We were all bullish in the chat. But for me, yeah, I broke this high and I was waiting for that retracement. Just never came. We just kind of consolidated back and forth and back and forth. We'll see what happens, I guess, later on in the session. Maybe there'll be something they'll set up from here, from this level, to go
I hope
back.
so. I got to trade in the
Nice.
afternoon, so I hope they give me something.
It'll
It'll just be me and Nick talking about stuff again.
What time are you back on in the afternoon? 1?
2:30.
2:30?
Yeah.
Okay, fun.
Yeah,
Trade the
we do.
close. Trade
Yeah.
the close. Awesome. Yeah, so are you also overall, so today, this morning, you picked like longs. You said that you pick one extreme of the range and you chose longs, right?
Yeah,
So you picked through longs today.
yes. If I'm trading a balanced day, I'm always choosing the long side. It's just easier for me, and I find it to be it's more forgiving. It's just in general, I think, just because there's more buyers and sellers naturally, it's just easier for me to identify. That's just personal preference, though. I know people that are the exact opposite of that, and they make plenty of money.
Yeah.
The
I think
best
Pat just
day.
think he likes shorting more, which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. Like the longs, you might have to wait for longer, but like, because I feel like they just grind more. Like it's always staircase up, elevator down. That's why I think a lot of people prefer like to short, which you gotta just be careful because the dopamine hit is faster, right? Like you're because it moves just so fast that you don't want to get euphoric and greedy off of it. So you always got to make sure that you're not like moving your profit targets like even lower than what you started at. That's where I've gone into trouble, I would say, is that, start moving quickly towards my target. Oh, okay, let's like actually go for more and more and more.
Yes.
Like, and in this kind of market, as we've seen, the shorts are pretty short-lived.
That's I think that's why I suck at it. Is I try to apply like the same process for taking profit and risk and all the different things to
Yeah.
short continuation than I do with long continuation, and they're two completely different worlds.
Duh.
And
That
so
is pretty.
I'm, yeah, I force my own execution style on to those short trades, and they come back in my face, or I mismanage them to the point that like a good trade turns into a shitty one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. It's a me thing. It's a me thing.
No.
It's not a short problem. It's a Stowe problem.
I mean, that's a good thing to know though. Like maybe it is requires a slightly different process. So at least you're aware. Like that's what I think is important. Um, but yeah, I think it's 11 right now. I
Oh, is it time?
hope,
All
yeah,
right,
it's
cool.
about time.
All right, get out
I
of
don't
here,
really
man.
love that we're tracing here during 11 a.m., but I'll keep my eyes peeled, you guys, for more longs later in the session. Um, and yeah, good luck and good trading, Stowe.
Thank you, Tony. It was so awesome to hang with you. I hope we get to do it again really soon.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'll see you soon.
That's right. See you in Florida.
I might watch your the end of the day today. I might pop in near the end of the session to
Oh
see
yeah, come
how you've
hang.
been. Yeah. All right.
I'm
Sounds,
probably gonna be in the
I
same
mean, in
damn
the
trade.
chat. Yeah. Sounds good. Ciao, everybody.
All right, thanks, Tanya. That was cool. Yeah, Tanya's awesome. Give it up for Tanya. Hey, morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I bought this again. I bought seven. I bought this 2021 spot again. Why not? Solo Stowe. Yeah, it's nice to be with somebody and to have somebody to talk to. way less, way less of my own thing. Yes, yes, Devam. I'm super married. We just had our 9-year anniversary. Thanks for asking. Arm Gabar. Good morning, brother. Hey, Mark. Sir Grumbles. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Riley. Good morning. Michael, you do origami for real? That's awesome. Can I ask a question about that? Do you need like, is there like specific paper that you get for origami? Because I've always wondered that if will it work with like all papers, or is there specific origami paper? Really, it really is just called origami paper. Oh, okay, cool. Sweet. I'll look into that. That sounds fun. Oh, you're just joking. Okay. I will check it out, Sleepy Trades. Thank you. Yes, there you go, Sav. Also, good morning, Sav. Um, so we got like, I forget. I think it was a present somebody gave me, but it was this big box of paper airplanes, and they were all like the most intense folding, like took an hour to create and fold, but they flew insane. It was awesome. It was so fun. And that's what that made me think of. Is I was like, oh man, I wonder if origami comes in like, maybe they have like origami kits or something where it's like, here's the paper, here's how you fold, like you practice, you get good at it. So yeah, that could be cool. Oh, nice. Cosmic. Okay, awesome. That's cool, Curtis. I like that. I like this. Okay, cool. This seems like a nice side quest. This seems like a nice, healthy side quest. Always looking for those. Thank you, chat. Sorry, did I miss a question? Bishkek asks, hey, Stowe, are your VWAP bands volume profile available on Tradevit? Probably. They're just normal, casual VWAP bands. So I'm fairly certain you can do this on Trade of 8. I'm always saying stuff wrong. Yeah, I used to trade on Trade of 8 forever ago, and they have a volume profile and all that stuff. The only thing I use is I just use the RTH session. But you got to be able to set that up in there. They're just like, this is the most basic indicator there is. So I'm going to say probably. But don't take my word for it. Oh, MA had a question too. MA says, Stowe, if you want to go long, do you want buying pressure to be X amount more than selling, like 3 times more or something? No, not specifically. You just need there to be a buyer there, for whatever reason. That's all you need. But I'm just scalping again. I'm just taking a little nip, a little bite here and there. I don't know, Pluto. It's probably just personal preference. I use if I'm just pulling up a random chart anymore, I just use the NinjaTrader mobile app now. So I think they're all on they're all part of the family. Tradeovit and NinjaTrader are the same thing, I'm pretty sure. I hope I'm not speaking out of school. Yeah, Cooper, the app's cool. I agree. There's a busy little guy down here. That was a nice order. I probably should trade NQ right now. It's just floating up here. Both of them are. Where is Leo? Leo's off on Mondays, my friend. Leo does not stream on Mondays. He'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I believe. Trung asks, do you think previous day settlement price is the most important level intraday? No, I do not. All MGI is important, but previous day close, it's fine. They're all just, they're all just levels. It's just what. So I guess what I would say to that is, if you're able to take previous day close and somehow create a trade setup around that works, in a specific environment and, that sort of thing, then that is what would make it important. I don't personally have a previous day close setup in my playbook, but I'm sure there are some that exist. Actually, there was one, a dude named DCP, Donnie, who's on here all the time, once said a while ago, I think I remember this, he said this on Twitter like a year or two ago, but the way that he views price action is if the opening range, the 30-second opening range, if price is between the 30-second opening range and the previous day close, he considers that a chop zone and doesn't engage in trades in that. So he uses the previous day close as like a invalidation thing for him, just a risk management thing, which is, another way to use levels. Like you can have trade setups and then you can have the opposite of that, which is I don't get into a trade if this is happening. And I think they're both just as important. The more rules you can make for yourself to keep yourself out of trouble, honestly, that's the key, right? So, Omni, can you tell me when the Dow is going to stop puking its brains out, please? I don't know if this is. I hate this trade now. Again, what time is it? I think we got 20 minutes till the London close. I mean, if they're gonna make I'm gonna scalp this micro range, then I'm gonna scalp this micro range. It's just like I'll be wrong when I'm wrong. Yeah, cool. I'll get out. All right, there's the spot that Tawny was looking for. Overnight high on NQ, 909. Ooh, definitely a buyer still there. All right. Get back in. Let's see. Nobody sits anymore. Looks like they're still coming in. I don't know how many news. Okay, we got Trump at 1:15. This is all good. And the parade of Fed speakers is back again. Fedapalooza all afternoon. Looks like 2 Fed speakers at once at 1:30. Okay, that's fun. And then Mr. Boom Bostic is at 6 p.m. Okay. Gonna get me on this one. Yep. Just trying to watch this. It seems like they're pulling back to a decent spot here. If it breaks the IB low, though, that's not going to be great. I'll look for the gap to fill then, I guess. Okay, there's IB low. Sing along. I'm going to go for the gap. Is that the plan? I don't want to just jump right into this, but and give this a second to figure out its feelings. Again, very cognizant of that gap down there. Very, very, very aware that it exists. I know, George. I agree. And Q's down here checking out its other side of its profile as well. Full send Gaussian. Seller on NQ really walking it down, though. Yeah, the tape got very heavy on both sides. Very, very heavy. Okay, we broke an IB. That's good. So we can check that off the list. Need some buyers to get in here and start crossing, though. I'm definitely thinking about it. Mm, getting slippy. It's getting wiggly. This would be a nice low if they can get back in quickly. Not too stoked on it yet, though. Nope. Yourself. Very heavy. I'm just trying to see if this is going to continue to walk itself down here, what the plan is. We got I mean, you can see it being responsive, but it just gets stuffed back down each time. Trying to figure out. I'm trying to watch ES too. Watch NQ as well. Okay. ES rejects its IB low now. Not great. Need to get back in there. There's also like a on the rolling 5-day, there's a pretty big point of control, or not point of control. There's a pretty big volume node here at the 1575. Don't remember what that's doing there, but it's definitely doing something. Now we're at the mid and NQ. Oh, whoops. using my ES one there. That was dumb. Hold on. Need my NQ order. There we go. Tough to get away with a 4-point stop on NQ. I tell you what. That does not normally work. It feels very heavy still. So this is also the top of the 30-second opening range in NQ2. Reading the bell jar. Definitely some bid. Okay. I mean, we're not out of the woods at all. All right, so we got a bid out of this. This lower band. I mean, we left a big bunch of volume behind up there. And we are coming down. There is tons of room to fill the gap still. So just got to keep in mind the context of this trade. It might not be a bounce, for infinity. And also, I'll switch back to ES here. ES still below its IB low now. So we'll keep that in mind. 1575 stuck there. We'll watch NQ as it gets up here. Yeah, ES rejected. Bluegrass State. I'm just going to take that off. Yeah. Yeah, there will be better spots after a little more confirmation to get back into that NQ trade. So I'm just going to take what it gave me. Nothing wrong with that. ES book still seems very heavy. Hmm. 500. All right, the book's kind of flipping a little bit there. Need the tape to wake up. Not a lot of man, I might take a short. I got to change this now. I wish that it was possible to get two different OCO. Maybe I just need a different. I'll have to figure that out. Switch between my ES bracket and my NQ bracket. All right, if NQ gets up a back above 890. All right, ES is back in its IB. That's good. But now we're coming back up against all of these previous supports. And this is like I talk about this all the time, I think. Well, if I don't, then I probably should. But you get into these moments where it's like, okay, a level is working. There's no need to stop buying it, but you have to stop buying it when it stops working. And usually if this is flipped, this could be a good short setup. So we'll take a shot. It's not great. That's not great. Just retest the IB. 13. I don't like it as much anymore. We'll see. We'll get up here. We'll test this 720 spot again, and we will see reaction there. And if it wants to get back into this node, then this is going to be a great low, and we can lean on it. Or, yeah, this is what we're looking for right here. We're looking for passive seller to exist right here. Back here. Okay. All right, where's the gap at anyway? 703. Okay. Move this guy down. Now I'm in a short, and that's kind of uncomfortable for me, but that's okay. I'm going to take one off. So now I'm just playing for the gap fill here. This did come up. There is a passive seller here for now. What's a good risk on here? 7. We'll do 2 points. Oops. All right, there you go. NQ just keeps on bouncing there at that 870 spot. Not too bad. Man, there's a buyer there. You guys see that? It's just like snap, snap, zip, zip. They do not want to fill. They do not want price to go back into that 13 spot for now. They. Now we're fighting with the IB. What time is it? What time is it? Okay, we got 5 minutes till London closes. This is usually a little wiggle time. I don't know why it shows that. I don't know why my orders get all weird on the position tracker sometimes. It's just NQ won't stop bidding at 875. I should probably go buy that. Much absorption here. There it goes. They're trying to push. NQ's trying so hard. So hard to push this dude over. But it's just so responsive down here. Closer. Made it equal low there on NQ. 865. Still below the IB. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm not great at short management, so just gotta wait. Just gotta see. Just gotta see what it's gonna do. There seems to be some taper on the DOM down here. Okay, get the turn here in about a minute, 30 seconds. Just waiting for it. 15 seconds. Offers walking this down on NQ. It's got to be. Okay, there's the turn. What are we going to do? If we're going to pull. Made a single print for like 10 seconds. We'll see if it holds. It's getting a little wiggly. Wow. The 6713 guy is just like, will not take no for an answer. Offer's so heavy still, though. And same with this 860 guy. Very curious. Yeah, go for the gap. You're going for it. You're thinking about it. I mean, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's like, it's gonna come in bits. Not going to be a straight path. $7.12 getting a ton of fills now. Wow, quite a bit actually. I gotta move this down. And Q coming down to its open. Wow. I can't believe we left all that up there. Bunch of pranksters, you know? I guess NQ could come down and hit its IB low. That would be good for the stat. On NQ's side, there's also the previous week value area high here on NQ at 870 as well. Okay, now we're back up to that 13 guy. Can we get, if we can't get over him, I feel even better about this short. What you doing? What you doing, guy? You walking it down? Seems like he's walking it down. Okay. Man, and NQ's so strong. NQ is saving ES's life right now, for sure. I don't know what the Dow's doing. We got to the 50% of that, Zilina. That's an interesting thing to think about. Okay. Cool. That's good. That's fun. I like that. All these pops getting sold. Okay, there's that 710 spot again. What do I have on here? 18. Pull this down. New low. I'm going to take one off. Got a decent bounce there. But could just be temporary. I still want to fill the gap, but I don't want to get greedy about it. Not all gaps have to fill. NQ broke its IB low. It's in the same. What I'm trying to think about with shorting is I'm trying to visualize it, kind of like upside down, I guess. That's the best way to put it. Where, are we like, is this a pullback? You know what I mean? The way I would normally think about a pullback is not like that. So, yeah, so I'm watching this area now, this 712 guy. So this was auctioned, negotiated quite a bit on the way down. So if this seller wants to stay on sides, they're going to keep pushing right here. So that's what I'm watching for. As NQ just continues to sweep the book bullishly. ES is trying very patiently to close its gap, and NQ is just fighting tooth and nail the whole way down. Let's see. Let's see if 13 guy's gonna stay here and hang out or not. Oh no, make sure I'm on the right screen here. There's a big order on the book at 1275. Let's see if he gets filled or not. Doesn't seem like he wants to. They keep running away from him. You can also see, that little, I can't really point him out because I'm holding my flat button down, but this guy right here, this 12, that's a passive seller on its way down again. So right now, for the first time maybe in Stowe midday market history, we are rooting for the blue team. I got to tell you, it feels bad. Not a big fan of that. So We'll see. What you got? 1275. You gonna get filled or what? What are you doing? All right, there he goes. He gets filled now. Okay. Now if they fill him and keep pressing back up, that's gonna be all right. I'm down to all right, added one back there. So I got 3 back on now. Okay. I like it. NQ still at its open. Just retested its IB low again. Bounced. There's definitely a buyer at the open. Obviously. All right, so I'm going to take that one off. So back down to 2. Again, I'm just scalping. Scalp, scalp, scalp. 2 points here, 2 points there. Because there is a buyer to get through right here. And I don't know how long it's going to take. It's like rooting for the Mets. Thanks, Mark. That's funny. I don't know what that's like, but I assume if it's anything like rooting for the Pirates, I don't wish that on anybody. So much passive selling still. Ever since the beginning. Just got to get through. We just got to get through this open. We got to get through NQ's open. We got to get, which I guess coincides with this 6710 person. If we want to grab that gap. If not, back up we go. Thumbs up again. It's really reactive buying. That's what I don't like about this short. It's really quick. Like they are happy to buy this. But that 30 spot was kind of a no-go. What time is it now? Okay. 11:42. I'm trying to figure out if... Yeah, I'll put another one on. Okay, I'm going to be fast to cut this. So fast. We can't get back through this 13. Each time we've tested it, each time we've tried it, they said, no thanks. That seller is still there. He pushed through it and he's trying to hold it down. They're trying to hold it down. Okay, try him again. And I'm just watching bid-ask activity here just to see, who's crossing the spread, who's getting excited. You can see my Delta map candles are lighting up in a bullish way. Okay, we just need to get over 13. All right, cool. I'll bail. Doesn't mean we can't get in, up at 16. Still lots of opportunities to be in this short. But, it's not my forte. I'm not trying to get too cute. Looking for a gap fill that we got 4 points away from. It's much further down on NQ, but that thing is freaking so bullish right now. 1994. Yeah, here we are. Stuck at this guy again. And make me put this back on. Yep. You're on cell phone. $667, 867 spot on NQ. Also getting some work done here. Hmm. Tape's definitely not as heavy anymore. There it goes. Take one. So much work being done down here. This is a lot of selling, not really getting anywhere. All of this passive bid here, just soaking it all up. If this low holds, it's a good low. I can't believe how slow everything is moving. I guess, I mean, we're kind of putting the point of control on this leg down right here, huh? Why, Beretta? Yeah, sometimes, Trader Dude. Sometimes they turn it on right here, but I don't know. Still a seller. And this is not like, it's not initiative enough. It's not moving fast out of here. So like this is just selling with pullbacks at the moment. At the moment. It doesn't mean that this isn't the low, but you just don't know. And it's still like all that selling up, all that buying up here, you know, it's just not rewarded. That seller still walked it down from the 13. So they need to pull off if we want access to the upper inventory. But so like we kind of ticked it there at 1850. Okay, NQ down. Checking out its RTH open again. I guess this 710 guy is, you know, he's got all the bullets. Crazy. Yeah, this guy's absorbing so much selling. I think he might lose. I mean, I'm not just saying that because I'm short. Maybe I am. Yeah, we've just paused. NQ is paused at its RTH open. Again. I was told I was told shorts were rewarded faster. Was that not true? Now they're pushing. Okay, that's a new low. This is so much work. Okay, now we're testing this 710 guy from the bottom now. Yeah, Nautilus, it's a little annoying. I mean, days that start out really compressed and then expand in the afternoon, yeah, that's a tricky time because like you get a couple biases in your mind and it's very hard to get away from those. So yeah, you gotta, it really tests your ability to pivot into new and different ideas. Trying to see if this 10 guy is gonna continue to push now. Yep. Okay, we got 10 minutes till the turn now. Sell still looks good here. Yep. Yep. There it goes. Come on, baby. I will take one off. Just adding, scaling on the way down. Don't know where it's going to bounce. Don't know why it's going to bounce, but waiting for that gap to fill, which is at 375, I think. So maybe we get a little slippery past that, but I don't know. Jim! Jim, are you here?
I am.
What's up, homie? How are you?
Pretty good, man. I'm watching you get rewarded on the downside fast.
We'll see. We'll see.
I like it. There it goes.
I hate selling, Jim.
You got to blow on it a little bit.
I guess. So goofy. I mean, we consolidated up there for 1,000 years. Oh man, this stop is in a horrible place. There we go. Consolidated up there for 1,000 years. Selling continued to be rewarded on the way down. We lost the 13 guy. We lost the 10 guy. Now I'm just trying to stay short until we get to gap fill, and then I guess 6,700. Or, I mean, we haven't broken an overnight high or low yet in the S.
We got 4 lower lows.
Yeah.
You
But
can do it.
this is why this is a challenge for me though, is because
You got the bands on your side. Look at those things.
I know, yeah, they're very well. I'm really short at the low here, so I might need to take this off and come in at a better spot. Yeah, this is what happens every time though. The bid just shows up and then the seller keeps stepping down. Let's see. So this guy, this 710, this 6710 guy.
Yeah.
Now we're watching him from the other side. Yeah, I'll get out. Not bad.
Excuse me. Oh, good job today, Stowe.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
It's good to be back. Happy Monday. It was fun to trade with Tanya. That was cool.
Yeah, that was awesome to watch. Been a great morning stream so far. But Stowe, have you seen? I've lost my Hokas. Have you seen them?
No, I haven't seen him. Did you really lose him?
I can't find them.
Oh,
Anyway,
man. Maybe I mean, I should steal them from you. Hopefully, to get maybe a little more cushion going for myself.
I'm a size 11, if that helps.
All right, cool. Yep, I'm a 10.5. We could probably slide into each other's shoes. spend a day in Jim's shoes. That sounds good.
Oh, yeah. And as Trader Nautilus figured out, I also lost my glasses.
You lost your spec. Oh yeah, you did.
I'm barefoot with no glasses.
Can you see right now?
But kind of.
All right.
Yeah, more or less.
Are you
enough to be dangerous?
Are you far or near sighted?
So I could see. I need them when I drive.
Okay, yeah.
So there's that. So I'm nearsighted.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Although when you get older, you're neither. Everything you can't see far, you can't see short. You're totally screwed.
You just lose them. Once you reach a certain age, you just lose it completely. That's good to know.
I know. Sav is blaming the dog.
Oh, okay.
Blaming the point. That's a good finger to point right there. Thank you, Sav.
Well, I think that I mean, my cats steal stuff from me all the time. It's crazy. And so, yeah, if you had a cat, I would believe it. But I don't know if a dog is as evil as a cat is, though.
Oh, really? Cats are evil.
Yes, certainly. But that's why they're fun.
Yeah, I've got a feral one in the backyard.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm sure it belongs to one of the neighbors, but it's extraordinarily large for a cat.
Okay. I think you sent me a picture of that. Wasn't it like the thing looks like a freaking bobcat, dude?
Yeah, it's a little, but the good news is I don't have a lot of copperheads or other critters in my backyard.
That's good. That's good.
It's always good.
All right, brother. Well, I'll be back this
Actually,
afternoon.
now that Cags is in here, it might be at Cags' house in Charlotte, by the way. Blue Hokas, size 11. I'll call you later. Anyway, great job, Stowe. Are you back this afternoon or someone else?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang with Nick later. So
you and Nick. All right, so you're doing double duty. Sweet. Can't wait. We should get some more
Yes,
stuff
sir.
happening this afternoon, I think.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. Yeah, we got some feds. Trump's gonna talk here in an hour, so I'm sure that'll wiggle this thing
We got
around
some
and close
government
this
shutdown
gap by
drama
then.
still that's going to play out. So
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So very good. All right, we're going to do a real quick edge report here to finish the morning. Thank you, Stowe. Let's hit that thumbs up for Stowe. Let's hit the subscription button for Stowe, and appreciate all the shares on social media. Everybody, thank you for being cool. Super cool in the chat. Super cool viewers. Thank you, everybody. Greatly appreciated, Stowe. I will see you this afternoon.
All right, sounds good. Later, chat.
All right, let's just take a bit Bitcoin. Let's take a look at gold and Bitcoin. Gold, as you can see, is just breaking out. Like we're just, there's all buying going on here. We're tracking 35.59.6. We hit that 50% extension target that we've been looking at for a few days now. And then we got that 61.8% next stop up at 3,900. Nothing can stop this at this point. Some folks think, well, maybe it's a little bit of in anticipation of a government shutdown. They're saying that's a possibility. But whatever it is, we are ripping. Look at that ADMA. I mean, we've been marching along this ADMA ever since the end of August, my birthday. We've just been kind of walking up, really orderly rally here. Today, huge breakout to the upside in gold. Stochastics, forget about it, super, super strong. Intraday, let's just take a peek here. We hit that Menthor Q one day max and then some. We kept going after that. When I look for targets on the upside, not a lot. We got our three-way up here at 38.90, and then we have that call resistance at 3900. So a lot of space. And look at the bands. The bands are sloping straight up as well. Really, we don't have many bodies of candles below that first standard deviation band of the VWAP. This is super strong right here in the gold market. Let's pivot over to the Bitcoin. We're in October now, guys. It's a monthly contract. Remember, all the volume's kind of creeping over into October. And this is an interesting kind of consolidation pattern that we've seen ever since the start of again, August 25th. And then at the bottom here, it kind of frames the conversation 108,500. That peak low was on September 1st. We broke the trend line. We're still in the consolidation range, but today's a huge candle. Today is a huge, huge candle. We broke through the 8, the 21, and the 50 EMA. And if you notice, they're all kind of tangled in love. They're all kind of getting closer and closer together, converging, if you will. And something's going to break here. We'll find out. Interestingly enough, stochastics are kind of weak still, but they're starting ever so slightly to kind of arc up again, just north of that magical or semi-magical 20 level on the daily stochastic. So we'll see if this keeps rolling. Intraday, let's take a peek here also. We hit that call resistance level nicely at that 115,000 level. And remember, we had this gap this is a Globex gap. This isn't an RTH gap. This is a Globex gap that we had from Friday's close all the way up to where we opened early this morning here. Previous session's highs is right there. So if you want to say, well, because that's there, it's not really a gap. Well, it is a gap. We gapped up. Let's just call it that. Remember, this is really a 24-hour marketplace. You could trade this on the weekends if you wanted to. In any event, point of control is really nicely firm, 112,910. And then boom, opening range, initial balance, whatever you want to call it, broke out to the upside big time and kept on going. Has not looked back. No retracement in sight right now. Targets, not again, black space up here, not empty space. Not a lot of targets, just open room to run if you have the ball and you're going long. On the downside here, really the one-day max is kind of defined the bottom of the conversation, believe it or not, and that's pretty close to the London initial balance low. So we'll see if we get any retracement back down to this point of control here, and also the VWAP here, right at R3. We'll see if any movement on the downside here, but it just seems like a little bit of a risk on. Folks are saying flight to quality. I don't know about that. And you see the same thing in the bonds. The bonds are pretty strong, and the notes are pretty strong today as well. All right, that is this morning's report ending the session. I appreciate everybody being here again. I already said it. I'm going to say it again. Thank you. You guys have been awesome. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions for sure. We're going to take a quick lunch break. We're going to be back, me and Shai at 2:30, and then we're going to have Nick and Stowe come back and trade the close. So a lot of stuff to go. And there's going to be a lot of announcements coming this week because we got some stuff cooking for October. You're not going to believe it. It's going to be great, though. Having said all that, folks, thank you again for being here, everybody. Take it easy, and we'll see you in a couple hours. Thanks.